If you can want, we can go into voice chat again. I felt last time that was sort of like, I don't know, it was easier than in chat, I think. And I don't know, also a little bit more personal. Give me a second, I need to change one of the... I need to change the... Okay. Pull you in. Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay, this is probably going to be more of a rant, of a rant, rather than solution seeking, I guess.
Okay.
Because most likely there is no solution for it.
Okay. That doesn't seem
So
promising either.
I basically I have a contract that goes until 2nd of December, I think. And it's basically like I'm getting paid by the hour, right? So if I'm not working, like I don't get money.
Yeah.
So there is a pretty high incentive to go to work.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically I had like, so for context, I talked with my boss because I wanted to ask her something work related regarding how I manage certain things. Because like I'm relatively independent in what I do. But I since there are more people working on this project now than there used to be, I kind of try to keep everyone like on the same level. So I kind of try to communicate my personal standards so that we have one overall standard and not I have my standard, the other one has that standard. So, for instance, I try to implement that people won't write the time in minutes and seconds into the Excel sheet, but rather convert the time into seconds, right? Which kind of works, kind of not. But the reason why I pushed for that is because if you want to evaluate it's hard to explain without really going into depth. So I basically had the situation where I was supposed to evaluate something. And part of that was like adding up the time. Like we wanted to see, okay, how much time were the video clips? That's basically from heute 19 Uhr. So a news format. That's basically the time that is being analyzed by an AI. And we wanted to see, okay, how much relevant time is there? Like how many minutes were analyzed in the scenario, right? So you can't add up minutes and seconds in Excel. Like there is no option for that.
No way.
Unless you have one cell for minutes and you have one cell for seconds, then it's very easy to write a function, right? But if you do it like one, then you do this like this apostrophe thing to indicate that was the minute, right? And then you put I don't know 23 behind it. You can add that up, right?
Well, I mean, you can, but it takes a more well, let's just say the function for it is a little bit harder.
Okay, you can't add that up with a simple function. So effectively, it was quicker to just convert these numbers because back then the list wasn't too long. It was quicker to convert these numbers from minute and second to second only. So like what you have to do, you just basically like the longest clips are basically not longer than like, I think the longest I've seen was like 2 minutes 30, right?
Oh, okay, so it's like fine. It's really fine.
Super fine, right? Like if the clips would be, if it would be a matter of hours sometimes, then I would have said, okay, look, we will just neglect the seconds in this case. Just round up and we go with the minutes. But it's basically like the max number is like 150 seconds, right? So converting is often very simple, especially if like it wasn't a huge problem for me, because like if you made the first 10 cases, then you will just see, okay, you don't have to calculate it in your head every time. You just see, okay, it's 1 minute 20, that's going to be 80 seconds,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
At a
at some
certain
point
point,
you
it's
just
just
learn the corresponding
exactly.
markers, I guess. Yeah.
So I did this where basically I think like somewhere between 300 and 400 entries, and then I added it up, which caused me to suggest that we might just add that up immediately,
Yeah.
which worked. Like sometimes people will still just write the minutes, and then I will add that up later, right? So that's just like for some context what I'm doing.
Sorry for a
That's not
second. Are
everything, of
you
course. Like,
vaping meanwhile?
no, sorry, I have water on.
Ah, okay. Because the water, for some reason, is really loud every time.
Oh, sorry. Probably um not deciding to work again, but it's I'm done now.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Voice cancellation is just
It's fine. I mean, if you don't.
one second. I would just like try to reconnect, if that's fine.
Okay. Back.
Oh, okay. I don't think it got any better. Anyways, so my issue today basically was that I went in and asked this technicality, and my boss was like, "Oh yeah, I wanted to talk to you anyways, because like I wouldn't say I made some pressure, but I kind of like pushed towards getting a new contract in time, because
Yeah.
like now it's like 2 months. I asked like in the beginning of September, and then they say, okay, we will see that it's done in October, but it's unlikely that I will find a follow-up job in December now,
Yeah. I mean, you
because
need to know
it's very,
beforehand. Yeah.
yeah, it's very like there's the reason why you have like certain like I don't know if you, I think in the job you can be fired within a month usually, like if it's, but then it's like if you have a normal contract, right? Mine is on time, so I can't just be
I
fired.
think actually with a normal contract, you can't be fired in a month. You also
You
get money
could
actually if
be
you're being fired.
if there is like you could be in theory like if you want to terminate your contract, you have to give them notice one month in advance, I think.
Okay, actually, like with the time, that could be the case. I just know that if they were to, for example, like if they were to cancel Zek's contract, because he has actually like a without like a time limit, he would get like money for like I don't know,
Yeah,
like
so
he would
that's
get
like
like this.
the common way
Yeah,
companies
exactly.
usually go, is that they don't want the hassle to go in front of court, because like if there is sufficient reason for the company to fire you, they can fire you.
Yeah.
You can, of course, if you get like your if they approach you and tell you, okay, we want to fire you, can we somehow settle this, right? What you don't
Yeah.
want to do under no circumstances is to say, okay, I would go on my own, because then you will get nothing.
Yeah.
If you somehow get your company to actually fire you, you can get money, right?
Yeah.
You can, of course, say, no, I want to keep this job, and then you will get paid all the time that you are still employed. But the company will most likely go in front of court. And unless they fucked up, they will most likely be in the right if there are economic reasons for it. And then you
I'm
don't
not
have the
too
job, you don't
sure.
get money.
But yeah, like they're gonna like find a way to like fire you at
Well,
all, but they still probably might like I think they can fire you in any case, but they need to like pay you some type of money, no? like in any case, like except you don't take it, sort of. Like I think they can
Yeah.
get out of the money part because like if they go to court and they say like, hey, we don't want him anymore because he's like causing us, I don't know, like deficits or whatever. Like I think then they maybe don't need to pay you money. Like I think the court thing is more about like needing to pay you money or not to leave.
I mean, there's a difference if you got an Abmahnung, right?
Yeah.
So basically a notice that you did something wrong, which is necessary to be terminated without any heads up, right? Like
Yeah.
if you are caught stealing
Mm.
pens or
Actually,
something.
we're going on a huge tangent here.
Yeah, sorry.
Where were we?
It was about
Oh yeah, the contract.
about
Like she talked to you about the
the contract.
contract.
Yeah. So effectively, it was about like I said, okay, I want to have this security, otherwise I am going to look for other jobs, right?
Yeah.
Not because I don't want this job, like I'm way too lazy to find a new one, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. I mean, but just like in case, because if they don't give you the contract now, you might not have a contract, so you need to look for
Yeah,
jobs. Yeah.
that was basically my whole reasoning, and she was
Yeah.
like, yeah, understandable. We would see towards it.
Okay.
So then she was like on vacation and some stuff. So she wanted to talk to me because she was like, yeah, we have to see because like you have been absent a lot. I would argue it wasn't a lot. It was like I think 10 days.
In like the whole year?
Since I'm working there since since 2nd of June. So already like which is like okay, it is a certain quantity. I admit that. 3 of the days where I wasn't at work were basically I said, okay, look, I'm going on a vacation, right? I'm getting paid by the hour. Like you don't give me any holidays.
Like this is how
I would
vacation
take some time
works,
free.
right? Like if you get paid by the hour.
Effectively, yes. Like, of course, they have to pay me for like the vacation I don't get, right?
Yeah.
Like at the end of the month, they basically add up my hours that I work, and basically, like I think 2.5 days of vacation per month or something. And at the end of the month, they basically take a look. Okay, how many hours did she work in average?
Yeah.
And my average day hours are basically paid as my 2.5 days of work.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm not getting paid like what would it be? 20 hours, which would be like the standard 2.5, so the standard 50% week, but in relation to how much I actually worked this month. But yeah, I can take my free time. I can decide, okay, maybe I can work a bit more beforehand. But in the summer holidays, I already work a bit more because then I'm allowed to work more. Usually, I'm only allowed to work 16 hours, and I'm supposed to work 16 hours every week.
Yeah.
So, for instance, last week I was like, my university started, so I told them, yeah, okay, look, I got to do some stuff for classes. I won't be there on 2 days. So I only worked 8 hours. The last week, so I'm going to work 20 hours this week and 20 hours next week, and then I have like this average of 16 hours over the 3 weeks. Yeah, so I was 3 days in holidays, remaining 7 days where I was sick. I told them about the trans topic.
Yeah.
And I kind of have the feeling that they think I was the 7 days gone because of that.
Okay.
that's partly my fault because I like the 4 days I was like, yeah, that was kind of because of that, which is partially true. It was more like because of the autism, because I got lied to pretty badly, and it kind of caused a meltdown because like I was very overwhelmed by the social situation.
Yeah.
And yeah, that basically took me out for 4 days.
Yeah.
Where my doctor basically said, okay, look, like if you need more time, like I can give you another week. Where I was like, yeah, okay, if I'm just sitting in my room and doing nothing, then it's not getting better. So I go out and work again. But like,
But well, then
I
it's
could
not
have been
really
gone.
because you're trans, right? And it's because you're autistic.
Yeah, like it had to do with the whole topic, but like in my opinion, the main reason is because
of autism. Yeah.
because of autism. Like the trans part was a topic in this time. I basically like that was for myself. Like that it was basically latent until that point, right? Like in this week, I basically came out to the first person with it. Yeah, so those are the first 4 days, right? So remaining free. Those were like 1.5 weeks. So no, 2 weeks ago, right? 2 weeks ago, I was or the Sunday 2 weeks ago, I had a handball match and I had like a minor collision, which basically either caused me wait a second, I gotta look up how it's called. A heavy bruise or one of my ribs to break.
Okay.
Like we didn't do
Scan.
like I didn't go to a specialist for it, so
Yeah.
we don't know for sure because the doctor said, look, either way, it's gonna take some time. Just no sports for now, and like I had pain if I took a deep breath, right? So that you know the dimension. So it was pain for me to actually go to work, which was on Monday 2 weeks ago. And on Monday 2 weeks ago, I basically said to the minor boss of me that I might not show up tomorrow because I had this injury and I would go check it out with my doctor and we will see how the next steps are. And it could be that I won't come to work, right? So they were aware that it definitely was not because of the trans topic, but because of an accident, right? Which can literally happen. Like that's like you can argue that was kind of my like I take the risk of playing handball. There's a higher risk that you injure yourself there. Although I would argue that the statistics are not as high as someone who plays soccer, for instance, and we have a lot of soccer players in the department. And yeah, so they knew. I kind of feel like they didn't communicate that well between each other. And effectively, she said, "Yeah, you were like we gotta take a look at that." And yeah, well, I just was sick because of an accident, right? I could have been run over by car and would have been out for 2 weeks or something because I don't have. Yeah, I mean that probably wouldn't be as much of a problem because then they wouldn't have to terminate my contract, right?
Okay. Quick side question: do they need to pay you if you're on sick leave?
That depends. Like if I just phone in and say, okay, look, I have a migraine, I won't be at work today, then they don't.
So it sort of depends if you like officially take sick leave or not.
If I take sick leave with a doctor's notice, then they gotta pay me. But as far as I'm aware, like if you are on sick leave, then the company isn't paying me what the insurance is.
Yeah, well, I just know that like some companies are still like particular about this, especially with contracts about time. Um, I don't know what really the motivation is because I also don't know how much like if they need to pay anything from that or if maybe like the insurance is getting more expensive or like anything like that. I don't really know. I just know that from like my experience as working like a student job, um, that they rather have like no days they need
Okay,
to like pay if
they
you're
have to
like
pay you for 6 weeks, effectively.
yeah.
I was mistaken there. Oh, sorry. Okay, they gotta pay you. And if you're more than 6 weeks gone, then the insurance pays. But I think the issue was more like, is my work power available or not?
Mm. Because
Right, and
it's more of
she was
the
like concerned that I might be gone for a longer time.
Also because of the trans topic then.
Yeah,
I see.
which is like I'm not going to have the gender affirming care in terms of an operation, right?
Well, I mean, they don't know
That's
that, right?
the yeah, that's something I'm probably gonna communicate because like she said, okay, when like the minor boss lady is
Minor
funnily enough on sick
possibility.
leave right now. Yeah, I basically have two bosses I interact with, like, and
Yeah.
the one is like the department boss, and the other one is like her assistant, kind of. Well, the second in command, and they are basically like the ones I'm going to if I have an issue, because they were also working in the field I'm employed right now.
Yeah.
And funnily enough, she's on sick leave. I think that's like her third week since
Ooh.
I'm there. So that's like of course she has like a child, so it's more likely that she will get sick and stuff like that, right? Because if the child is in kindergarten, then
I mean, honestly, though, that could also be one of the reasons why the company is maybe like a little bit like thinly spread because they already know, okay, we have this like one person who's like gonna be like more on sick leave and we have to pay even though she's not like creating value for the business. And we can't really like afford more people like this, or like we rather avoid affording more people like this.
yeah.
But yeah, I think they're just like I don't know. I think regular people don't really come in touch with the trans experience sort of, and also like what different cares are there, like what different gender affirming cares are there, and like how
I
they
mean,
look and like what the normal process is gonna be.
a
Because
thing that
if
I'm not going to tell them is like you can, from taking hormones, especially in the first 3 months, you can get like serious depression,
mm,
right? Which I'm not like, hell no, I'm not gonna tell them.
yeah, that's fine. But yeah, I think just like clarifying that you're not gonna like do like an operation and gonna be out for like half a year or something is probably really helpful for them to like know and to plan with.
Yeah, the thing is like they claim to be very content with the work I do.
Yeah.
So it just seems to be this issue where again I would argue like the 3 days where I got my injury, like that could have happened anywhere, right? So
I
I don't think
like
that is really a reason.
I don't
Um,
I don't know if your past 10 days are really like it's what they say, right? But a lot of the time people just I don't know like need reasons sort of to validate their feelings and express their concerns sort of.
mhm,
So I don't like I don't really think we need to go in depth about these like few days and how valid they are or not. Because I feel
mhm.
like it might just be that they're concerned because they think you're gonna get like an operation and you're gonna be out for like six months, right? And like now they give you a contract and then you just work for like 1 month and then you're gone, sort of.
Yeah,
Um,
that's kind of like
Because I think this 10 days, like you say, they're like reasonable enough. So I don't think that's the issue. Like I think there's sort of like something behind it. And like if you yourself believe it's like the trans topic, then yeah, just sort of like talking about this and being like hey, you guys know that I like don't like I'm not gonna be gone for like 6 months, like right? Like
Yeah.
you guys know that.
Yeah.
And
I mean, I'm pretty sure it's a trans topic because it was basically like very heavily leaned in this direction.
mm.
I and like what really bothers me is that she basically said like, yeah, we might look into it, that you basically accept to resign if you would be sick for a longer time, which is like,
So they sort of
what the
want to
fuck?
look into a contract where if you would be out for months,
No,
you would
I'm pretty
resign.
sure it's not going to be a contract because I'm pretty sure this is against German law. Right, because there is
Okay.
a reason why you are not allowed to fire someone who is sick.
Yeah. So do you think it's more of like a personal sort of like
Not because of the trans topic, because they're like very open. Like for context, they are like very convinced of gendered language, right?
yeah.
So they are very open to it in general. So I think I might just like, you know, how do I say this? Get that problem out of the world, and I just talk to them next week and tell them that like the reasons for that, and tell them the reasons for that. Might work, might not, I don't know. But like this insurance that they want, that I just resign if there would be something bigger, like that's nothing they ask from others, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know.
I sort of wonder what they would say about like is there like the lady who's like like who was pregnant is now like having her child. Is she also does she also have sort of like a student contract? No, right? She has like a proper full-time
No,
contract.
so she isn't pregnant, she already has the child.
Yeah, but was pregnant and has the child
Yeah,
now.
no, she had a regular contract.
Okay.
Um,
Like giving them the benefit of the doubt, maybe they would say the same to a student who's like pregnant.
I don't know.
But it's definitely like it's like it doesn't really matter if they say it to a student who's pregnant. Like if it's like only connected to this, but in any case, it's like I do understand their perspective, right? Like it's this like these like tiny contracts are always I don't know, like companies don't really give them out if they how do I describe that? Like
Yeah, they don't want to give handouts. I get that.
so it's like I understand, but at the same time it's just like it's really I don't know, it's just about practice. Because like you wouldn't do this to a full-time person, and I get that like a full-time person working there has like more commitment. Like they commit more to you, so you can commit more to them.
hmm?
And this is hella annoying. Such a complicated situation.
Yeah.
Ah. How do you feel about this? Like, do you feel like confused or conflicted or anything?
I'm mainly pissed.
Yeah.
I'm mainly pissed, actually. Mm,
How long have
so
you, like, you've been in this company since like June?
it's at ZDF.
And that was like, so this is your first contract?
With the ZDF, yes, not my
Yeah.
general first contract.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but effectively, they like want, like, she basically said she wants this, I call it insurance, which is something they probably won't ask from others. And yeah, I don't know. Like,
how does it make a difference for you personally if they were to ask it from others or not?
Like, personally, first of all, it would like right now, I don't feel like they really appreciate me, right? Like, if that's like already in like, if that's enough reason to question me, to question me in regard of my potential efficiency, right? Then I feel like I'm not really being appreciated there, I guess. And like, how do I say this? I feel like if it would be a general thing that like everyone would have to cancel their to resign from their contract, if they are sick for more than like 2 weeks, for instance, right?
Yeah.
If there would be a general thing, I still would say like, oh, that's kind of shady business. And I probably just wouldn't do it, I guess. Like, if that would stand in my contract, I would probably go to a lawyer for like 1 hour or probably to my professor, right? Would ask him, look, that's in my contract. Can they do this? Can they not? And I would just like keep everything as it is until the moment that they like say, okay, look, in your contract is this paragraph where you have to resign, and then I would say like, okay, look, you are not allowed to do this, right? That's why they won't write that in my contract.
Yeah.
But they want to have this my word on it, that I will basically resign once I get sick for longer than that. And like, I can get sick for multiple reasons, right? Like, as I said, if I get run over by a car, it could be that I'm like in a coma for two weeks or something. Or and I might not be capable of working, etc., etc. And in this case, I wouldn't resign, right?
Yeah.
Why should I resign? Like, not my fault, seriously. So yeah, I wouldn't resign in this case, and seriously, in the other case, I probably wouldn't resign as well.
Yeah.
Because like, that's not something I do by choice, right? When it would be something like, oh, I take a vacation now for I don't know, 2 months or something, then I could argue, okay, look, let's maybe like I might do that at the end of my contract and we just terminate it earlier because like I'm not going to work, you won't get any workforce, and you can just hire someone earlier because like my contract ends 2 months earlier, right? When I'm going on the vacation, and that's something I would consider to be reasonable, right? Because effectively my contract is giving me no benefit at the time. It's only making the company lose work power.
Is it
If I'm sick, I still
like
need the money
I
though.
think the situation with the holiday is different though, because they don't need to pay you on holidays, right? But they will
Yeah,
need to pay you if you are sick for a longer period of time. So if
yeah,
you're
but
on holidays and they know you're on holidays for like 6 months, whatever, like they could employ another person because they have that money left. If you're sick for
um,
6 months, they can't, like they
that's the
with the same
logical
amount of money
assumption.
can't
Yes,
afford.
that's a logical assumption. Yes. There's also things like you have to work them into the field, right? So you have more expensive expenses in general that probably wouldn't be as much of a problem. Um, but like ZDF is a big house, right? You can't just hire someone because someone else is gone, especially if it's like a minor position like mine.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
I mean,
like if someone goes into Mutterschutz,
yeah.
um, then they could probably hire someone, but just for okay, this person is gone a little bit longer. They can't just hire someone because then the big boss will say, no, why? You have this contract. I only allow you to have like one of those contracts at a time. Um,
Okay.
so I can't just take off a month or something like that, right? Um,
Um, if they can't write it in your contract,
mhm.
it's like, and they just ask you to give them your word for it.
Yeah, well, I could lie, but I'm a terrible liar. Um,
Um, yeah, but like, how would that, like, I think it's not really about whether they like can do that or not, right? It's more about that they ask you to do that in the first place.
yeah, that's effectively the bigger issue, and I'm going to
Mm.
try and basically talk them out of it, I guess. If they ask, I'm either gonna straight up lie and say, yeah, okay, I will terminate my contract then, or I would say, yeah, I'm not going to give you that word because which might lead to my contract being terminated right away, right? They might just not give me a new one.
What is your
Mm,
specific concern about them asking this? Is the specific fear that they're transphobic, or like what is the specific concern about that?
my concern that if they ask about having like this admission that you will resign is that they will bring that up whenever I'm sick.
Yeah. So
Right? Whenever
basically,
I'm
your
sick,
concern is not only that you would have like you would feel sort of like the obligation to like do it if you turn sick longer, but your fear is that they will bring it up every time you're sick, and that it
most
will
likely, like if
influence the sort of work relationship you have with them.
I mean, they already saying it's influencing my work relationship with them, right? Because like the first thing I'm gonna do when I hang up on you is going on a job market and looking for options,
Yeah.
right? That's literally the first thing I have to do because they brought up they might not give me a new contract.
Yeah.
And I have less than 2 months now.
Yeah.
So I gotta find something new for the case that they won't continue it. Um, so that is already impacting my work relations there. Um,
But this is like I see how you mean it, but it's That's not the specific thing I mean. Like, so you can like, what would be the like future concern? Like, why you do this now? Because you don't feel safe to do the right thing for yourself and be sick, because you would fear they would bring it up, even if you're like only like normal sick.
Um, I mean, I feel like let's just assume you are sick with corona or something like that.
Yeah.
Like, corona is like a special case.
Yeah.
And to be fair, if they give me a new contract, I might be eligible for home office.
Yeah.
Not necessarily, but I might be. And honestly, if I would have had a home office 2 weeks ago, I would have worked. Right? Because like I wasn't in a state where I just couldn't work at all. My issue was that I have to commute for 2 hours each day. And that it was like additional, like I already had pain at home and it was additional pain to get there.
Yeah.
So I would have worked. The first time I was sick, I probably would have worked as well. It was just like a situation where I just like where public transit and stuff like that was hardly bearable. So yeah, I don't know. Like I would have worked if I would have had home office, but like the big boss kind of has a stick up her ass regarding this. Because like my two bosses basically yeah, I don't know, they somehow admitted it to someone who hasn't been there for 6 months, and that's like for whatever reason their rule that you have to be there for 6 months and then you might get home office. They somehow don't really want you to have home office, I assume because they don't really trust students. I don't know. But yeah, I might get home office. Like in this case, if I would get sick with corona or something like that, I might just work unless I'm like really like bound to my bed, right? But I wouldn't go to office if I have the flu or corona for that matter.
Yeah.
Because that's straight up stupid. Like everyone else would get sick and then like doesn't make sense. But assuming that I don't get home office and I'm sick for 2 weeks, they will be like, Laura is sick for 2 weeks now. Maybe she should resign, right? Maybe we can find someone else, because it doesn't really seem to matter what's the reason why I'm on leave, right? So yeah, I think they would bring it up no matter the reason why I'm sick, the moment that I'm sick for longer than a day or something.
Okay. Because I think with this, we sort of like get to the bottom of what you need from them. No? Like, this is not only an issue about like, how dare you ask me this, but
I mean, it is kind of an issue of how dare you ask me this, because like they're not supposed to ask.
oh,
Pretty sure it's
definitely like
illegal
as
to
well.
demand.
But I think the bigger issue, like actually like holding you back from this, is because if it would only be like, well, like you're not supposed to ask me this, and like you can't really, and like fuck you, then it would be like it wouldn't feel like really like hard to lie maybe, and just be like, yeah, sure, and then like not do it, you know. But
No, I'm
it's like
just like
you
really
want to
bad
have
at
like a good
lying.
work relationship with them, and you don't want this like towering over your head now. Like you want
Yeah,
to
that's
feel
kind of
like
the issue. If I lie, is that like I can't lie and then I just lied and then it's fine. Like it's what do you say? Basically haunting me.
I know
So
what you
like
mean.
if I get into this lying, like I mean, you said you're autistic as well. Then you know that you go like on a specific topic and you just can't let it go,
Yeah.
right? And it's in your head and it's returning like you're doing something completely different, not thinking about it, and suddenly it's there. Um, and you can't get rid of it, and it takes some time until you get completely rid of it.
No, I feel that. That's like whenever I lie and it's like something where I feel like this isn't like, I don't know, just generally actually whenever I lie, I have the same.
Yeah.
Sometimes even about like portion sizes, like when we make food and I make like 2 portions and I know like I have the feeling that one of them is bigger than the other, even like only slightly or whatever. And not when I lied about it, but when I just like didn't make Zach aware of it, sort of, and he like could, just like trust me to make them equal, and then they're like not equal, and now he's like picking the smaller one, sort of without knowing. Like there's a lot of like ifs, and like this is not really important to any amount of extent, whatever. But like even doing this, in the moment I tell myself like, this is like, Leah, you're like so over the top, like what are you, like serious? But then like later on it's like haunting me, and then I like come clean to Zach. But yeah, there's definitely, I understand this compulsion very well.
Yeah.
But I think it is important that by they asking you this, you fear that this will come up whenever you're sick. Because they might just have asked you this for like the situation if you were like, because like let's see from the most optimistic view of their side. Like they heard you're trans and they like instantly think like, okay, like you're gonna have this huge operation, and like they don't know shit about this, right? But you're gonna get a new body, like you're gonna be like out for like 2 years or something. And they're considering to give you a new contract. Like maybe they're even considering to give you a longer contract because they have have been happy with your work, right? But then they're like, okay, like
it's
how long are you
capped.
out for? Like maybe you were out for like forever, basically. And
So the
like,
total contract time is capped on 2 years.
okay, but like 2 years is still a lot, right? So like it's a lot more than like
So
what
I
you
only
have been
would
given
get
so
1.5.
far. And
Because like they at the 6 months I was already there to it.
yeah.
No, they're considering not giving me a contract because
they're considering what?
They're considering not giving me the follow-up contract for the 1.5 years.
Yeah. But it's like I just want to like focus on the most optimistic view of them. Because they might just like ask for this possibility of you being like sick for basically like endless amount of time, and they needing the work power and not able to get it, sort of, because they still have to pay you. And like to be fair, yeah, after like 6 weeks or whatever, like the insurance is gonna pay. So technically that's already reduced to 6 weeks, because after that they would like get the money back and could employ somebody else. Oh well,
No,
actually, if
in
their boss is
case
like,
you're sick, you can't employ someone else. Because like I could end my sick leave anytime.
yeah, and also like their boss is like sort of like capping the contracts they have, right?
Yeah.
You said, right?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. Okay. So they can't even do that. That means like even if the insurance is paying, it's like not really changing their situation, right? Right? Like they don't have a person they need. Like they lack 16 hours of work every week. And I feel like if I see it this way, I sort of like can have understanding for their side. And if only that is the issue, that they fear that they will lack like 16 hours of work for like a long period of time, not only like a few weeks, but like months. Then they wouldn't really mean to like bring it up like every time you're sick for a few days or something.
Yeah, I don't know. It just feels like, I mean, it's probably like a bit of emotionality right now, I guess.
Well, I don't think so. I think we just have like really high standards. Like I think, you know, like I feel like as an autistic person, you really like think about the words you use. And the only thing I learned is that in businesses with people in power of authority who actually like should do their job, they don't communicate as well as they should. They spend time on useless things because they don't work like really efficiently. For example, by communicating not well to other people around them. And they can be as careless with their words as like anybody else. So I think they are in this position that they know an information that they shouldn't, you know, that, or like they think they know an information, which they don't. But anyways, like they think they know that you might be out for several months because you have some type of operation. And now they sort of like want to plan with this, or like they already like they are planning with this in their heads, just because of like natural bias, you know. And that's why they bring it up, even though they shouldn't, because they're not aware of the pressure it portrays on other people in that area. Because you, like, I think, like, you strike me as sort of like the same as me, that you're like hyper aware of social interactions. And just because you are aware, it doesn't mean that they are, which is frustrating. And it feels like people should be more aware, definitely. But I would give them the benefit of the doubt that they're just incompetent with this and don't really know what it implies or what it can imply to other people. So all your concerns you have, I would definitely like talk to them, like sort of like clarify if that's actually what they mean.
Yeah.
Like this like resigning thing, like will they bring it up if you're sick for 1 week? Like maybe they instantly say like, no, not that. Just like if you have that operation someday, you know, like then because we really need the work power, whatever. And then you can like evaluate again, sort of like to just sort of like get new information and more information.
Yeah.
But this is definitely such an annoying situation. Like I'm so sorry you have to go through this. Like there's just like more and more things coming, right? Like the doctors and stuff, and now work as well.
Yeah.
It's a lot, no? Oh no, wait, I have to.
But the thing is,
sorry, I had to throw out the robot because otherwise I don't hear anything anymore.
Okay. The thing is, I just looked up, like the average German has like 18 to 19 sick days a year, right? I'm at 7 in a bit over 4 months.
Yeah.
The average for 4 months would be 6 days.
Yeah. That's why I think it's not about the days. Like that's why in the beginning already I said like your days are like logical enough that I don't think it's about the days.
Yeah.
I think it's really this like bias that they think they have some type of information they already plan with, and it's just like incorrect. And this is sort of like where like how this miscommunication is sort of like starts, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think I would just like talk to them to sort of like clear up all the miscommunication and really like get the answers you want. So for example, like if they were to bring it up, if you're sick for 1 week, like would that be a thing? Is that what they mean? Or is it only if you know like you're gonna be out for like 3 months minimum? And then they might not even like, I don't know, like maybe they just say like, yeah, and then like for these like 3 months, like quit, but then like if you come back, you instantly get a new contract, whatever. Like there's a lot of things which like can help to make a good decision here. But I don't think it's bad to look for other jobs because I feel like if you have another job in your backhand, you can also ask for better contracts from them, right?
No, because like that's as in big companies, usually you have like standardized contracts. Like I get where you're coming from, and in most cases that would be true. But the contracts are not up for debate there.
I mean, it doesn't need to be money, right? It can also just be, for example, being able to do home office.
Yeah.
Or like stuff like this. And I mean, if their contract is like really shit, then you know you like rather switch because, you know. But I think it's always nice to know your options to just sort of also know like how, I don't know, like how dependent you are on their offer. um, but yeah, like how do you feel in general about this? Like, are you exhausted?
Oh, yeah, I guess kind of. But I'm generally speaking exhausted lately, so
Hmm. Are you disappointed?
I think like I'm pissed. I'm not necessarily disappointed. That could be like a secondary emotion. But like I don't know, those like very fine nuances emotion wise are like hard to grab for me.
Well, disappointed for me is not too much of an emotion, more of like a logical thing, actually. Disappointed means that you expected better, sort of. And now you're being like let down. Like you went into this talk, you thought about like you had sort of like an expectation around how the negotiation or whatever, or the talk about the next contract is gonna be. And you never thought they would bring up this topic, but now they did.
Oh yeah, could be.
Because I feel like disappointment is oftentimes like really well connected to being pissed.
Hmm. I don't know.
I mean, do you even want to go back to that company? Like work
Yeah, as I
more
said, I'm
there?
too lazy to find a new one. um,
Okay, so it's not so much as like one, but sort of like it's easier.
yeah, right now it's easier. Like I generally like the stuff that I'm currently doing. Like sometimes it's better, sometimes it's worse.
Hmm.
Um, it's just like assuming that out of nowhere you just offer me a job, right? Same conditions,
Yeah.
etc., etc. Um, then I might just take it,
Yeah.
right? Because like, why shouldn't I?
Yeah.
Um,
So you feel sort of like less safe in the connection with this business.
uh,
And that's why you're like less committed to them.
yeah, I don't know. It's just Uh, how do I say this?
でっかい靴。落ち着いたら送ってく。低い声。優しい手。ずっと会いたかったあの人にやっと会える。おかめくん、俺頑張るけん見守っとってくれ。足踏んだらダメ。手は前に持ってく。時間言われたら終わる。
次は中場大学前。中場大学前。
あ、おり、おう。都会はバスでも混むっちゃな。
まずは友達ば作りんしゃい。けど危なか人はダメやけんね。
うん。
ねえねえ、新入生だよね。一人？私たちもなんだけど一緒に行かない？
女子2人に男子1人。危なくはなさそう。
あれ？違った？
うん、行く。
なんかかわいい。
そのリュックおしゃれだね。
あ、俺もそのブランド好きよ。
お、
あれ、また止まった。
俺どっかおかしくない？
え、全然。
似合ってるよ。
よかった。そういうのはあんまりわかんなくて。あ、みんなの方がすげえおしゃれと思う。
なんか独特かわいい。新しい。
もう好きになっちゃった。
友達なろ。はい、決定。
もう友達できた。
しばらくは学校説明とか聞くんだよな。
お、君も学部同じじゃん。
そうなの？嬉しい。
東京すごい。
地方から来たの？どこどこ？
福岡。
へえ、じゃあ博多弁？バリうまかーとか言うの？なんか喋ってよ。
もうからかうなバカ。
ねえ見て、サークル勧誘。
中入るか決めた？
まだ全然。
だよな、俺も迷っちゃって。
私は運動系がいいな。
サークル。
お茶会サークルとかある。
あの人もどっかおらんかな。
山登りサークルでーす。
体験合宿もありますよ。
あの後ろ姿。
どこ行くの？
の？あの似とうけど何か喋ってもらっていいですか？あの時は暗かったけんよう見えんかった。声が聞けたら。
え、誰？
さあ。
あいうえお。かきくけこ。さしすせそ。
あかさたな。
もっと全部喋って。
全部
濁点も？
やめる。
は？やだよ、めんどくせえ。どうしたチビ。新手のナンパ？どうしたチビ。 泣きすぎじゃね？
俺。
地面なんかに座り込んでどうした？
大丈夫？
中野大臣って言います。去年あなたに慰めてもらって、また会いたくて、この大学受験して。
ちょっとあんた、慰めたって何？手出したの？
どこも行けたの？
アホか、勘違いすんな。あれか、お前。なんかベスを書いてたやつ。で、俺に会って何がしたいの？礼が言いたいの？恩人みてえに思われてもうぜえし、つかそんだけで進路決めたとか普通に怖えんだけど。
いいの？
いいの。
きついやつ。
ちょっと立ちなよ。
大丈
おかめくん、俺うぜえし怖えやつやった。
大ちゃん、元気出して。
石みてえになってんぞ。
大ちゃん、俺？
そうだよ。大臣だから、大ちゃん。
大ちゃん、あたしらの名前覚えた？
エミリー、
そう。
健三、メイ。
おお、完璧。
かわいい。
それにしてもあの先輩、きつかったね。
そう、それ。事情よくわかんないけど、大ちゃんはあの人に会いたかったんだよね。それをあんな風に冷たくしなくてもいいじゃん。でも、かっこよかった。
この大学、男子のレベル高いのかな？
女ってやつは。タイちゃんさ、まだ話したいことあるんじゃねえの？言うだけ言ってスカッとしようぜ。
でも困らせるけん。
方言出た。
ダメ。このまま気にしてちゃ大学生活つまんなくなっちゃうよ。すっきりするのが一番。これあげるから行ってきな。
山登りサークル体験合宿のご案内？偉い女子が多かけど、俺も参加しきるよな。
中野大臣くん。君も来てくれたんだ。よし。
どうも。
ようこそ山登りサークル体験合宿へ。
お前も来たのか。度胸あんじゃん。あれだけこっぴどく振ったのに。せいぜい怪我すんなよ。
もうあんたってやつは。ごめんね。あいつ誰にでもあんなんだから気にすんな。
はい。どうしてもお礼が言いたくて、それだけ言えたら俺。
じゃあ山頂で聞いてやる。つかもう時間だろ。そろそろ移動すっぞ。
話くらい今聞いてやんなさいよもう。
山頂、そこまで行けたら話ができる。
中間地点到着。休憩挟みまーす。
各自水分補給。
本当に初心者コース。また中間地点ってマジ？死んじゃう。
けほっとけ。これは毎年恒例の弾き作戦でな。宝の見た目に寄ってきただけの女は、だいたいこの山腹でリタイアすんだ。こっから先はマジの登山好きか、マジの宝好きだけ残るってこと。そう。どうせみんな宝狙い。
宝？
あれ？お前知らねえの？あいつの名前だよ。志賀宝。お宝って書いて宝。すげえよな。
志賀宝。お宝って書いて宝。
大丈夫か？
ごめん、ありがとう。
お前キャーなんて言うんだな。
そういえば
宝先輩。
見えた。てっぺん。
よかった。これでお礼が言える。
おーし、明るいうちにテント張るぞ。その後飯。
お、大臣くんも登れたみたい。ちゃんと相手してやんなよ。
ああ。
なんか足首くにゃってなる。歩くの怖か。先輩んとこ行きたかのに。俺え？
テントの奥行け。足見してみ。
おあっと。
ああ、やっぱひねってんな。なんで早く言わなかった？
先輩が遠くにいたので。
俺じゃなくてもいいだろ。バカかよ。
宝先輩ってやっぱり優しい。高3の夏休み、初めてこの人に会うた。
どうしたチビ？泣きすぎじゃね？俺昼にもここ通ったんだけど、ずっといるよな。
知らん人と話さんように言われとうけん。
ただの観光客だよ。今から帰るとこ。でもさすがに2回も素通りできねえから。何がつれえの？
飼っとったインコが死んだと。よう喋るやつやったけん。家におってもオカメくんの声がせんくて、なんも聞こえんのが嫌やし、辛か。
そうか。そりゃ辛いな。でもうちには帰れ。家族が心配するだろう。それともお前の家族はお前が一人でどっかで泣いてても全然気にしない奴らか？
違う。父ちゃんも母ちゃんも優しい。
そうか。だったら大丈夫だ。絶対いつか大丈夫になる。それまでは親に泣きついてやれよ。な。
うん。
落ち着いたら送ってく。
うん。
ここか？
うん。
じゃあ俺も帰るわ。
お兄さんどこの人？大学生ですか？ 何歳？
質問攻め。東京だよ。中場大学っつうとこの2年。
東京？
お父さん、大臣帰ってきた。警察呼ばんでよかよ。
マジか。大臣。
名前聞き忘れた。あの時は本当にありがとうございました。先輩にとっては小さいことかもしれないですけど、俺あれから立ち直れたから。
俺もいろいろ思い出してきたけどよ、お前のこと厨房かと思ったんだよ。それがたったの2個下で大学まで追っかけてきて。お前の言う相手って何？俺に会って礼言って満足したか？俺が目の前にいてどんな感じ？
緊張する。なんか怖い感じ。
じゃあ離れてた方がいいな。じゃあどうしたい？
近くにいたい。
近くってどんくらい？
俺この人に会って本当は何がしたかったんやろ。声が聞けて手に触れるくらい。
気色悪。とりあえず今日は寝ろ。明日かくして安静に。明日は俺と下山。
先輩と？
俺が一番体力あるから。怪我人の相手は力いるんだよ。その後病院。どうせいい病院も知らねえだろうから連れてってやる。そっからのことは好きにしろ。気づかねえならそれでよし。
おう、タカラ、どこ行ってたんだよ。
ああ、酒飲んでんの？
一本だけ。
さっさと寝る準備しろ。
足を高くして寝る。宝先輩といっぱい喋った。オカメくんがおったら。
大臣、すごかすごか。
こんな感じやろうか。
空き缶その辺転がすなよ。
なあ、これどっから持ってきたん？
好きにしろって近くにおってもよかってこと？でも気色悪いって言いよったし。先輩ようわからんけど、でも明日も会えるっちゃんな。
何やってんだよ。
顔熱い。
全治1週間か。軽い方でよかったな。歩きのあいつら下山にまだかかるし送ってくわ。タクシー拾うぞ。
はい。まだ一緒に追ってくれると？さっきんロープウェインやけど2人やのに何も話せんやったし。会話。
いや、握手じゃなくて捕まれって言ってんの。痛えだろ足。
そんな悪いです。ケンケンパで行けるんで。
パッてしたらダメだろ。
腕触ってしもた。近い。背でかい。かっこよか。髪きれいか。近い。
こういう時なかなか来ねえんだよな。
俺も探さんと。
ちょい寄り道。 ここで待ってろよ。すぐ戻る。
お？アクセサリーショップ。いや、雑貨屋？なんか買うとやろうか。あ、宝先輩、笑っとる。楽しそう。何見よっちゃろ。見えん。なんか小さいの持とう。あ。
何見てやがる。
すみません。アクセサリーとか好きなんですか？
いや別に。お前こそ好きそうじゃん。
このピアスは好きっていうか、つけた方がマシかなみたいな。
マシ？
先輩に会えた時、ダサいとか思われたら嫌だなと思って。
俺そういうのチャラチャラつけてんの好きじゃねえ。お前はこの真ん中の似合いそう。
透明のやつですか？ダイヤ？
いやガラスだろ。お前は目が
目？
なんでもねえ、行くぞ。
いいえ、試練。
ここに住んでんの？
はい。
お前みてえなボケっとしたやつが？
まさかいわくつき物件とかですか？
いや知らんけど、そういうとこだよ。もうちょいいいとこかと思ってただけ。オートロック付きとか。
ああ、父が探してくれたみたいですけど、俺進路急に変えちゃったからいいとこは埋まってたみたいで。でも中は十分綺麗です。
そうか、綺麗か。よかったな。じゃあ戻るわ。足ちゃんと冷やせよ。
はい。ちゃんと会話できた。って俺、またお礼言い忘れと。宝先輩。もうおらん。どうしよう。お礼言わんやつとか思われる。でも会いに行く口実がまたできたとやなか。すごいお世話になっとうし、菓子折りとか持ってった方が。ダメだ、先輩の好みわからん。なんか好きそうなもん、好きそうな。さっきの店で笑ってた。確かお店の名前は。検索。
ねえ、本当に一人で行ける？
段差気をつけて。
近くだから大丈夫。
でも心配。歩いちゃダメだよ。
それは無理。いい友達できたな。
ああ、君。ここどうぞ。
いえ、大丈夫です。
でも足怪我してるでしょ。遠慮しないで。
おお、ありがとうございます。
いいえ。
東京の人優しか。
いらっしゃいませ。ってあれ、君昨日そこの窓にへばりついてた子？
そうです。
だよね。じゃあ宝の友達？なんか毛色が違うけど。
いえ、後輩です。
へえ、もっと珍しい。 あいつ年下苦手なのに。
苦手？
で、今日はどうしたの？なんか気になるものあった？
はい、宝先輩が何見てたのか気になって、教えてもらえたりしますか？
もしやプレゼントに？
お世話になったので、そのお礼に。
なるほど。いいね。そういうサプライズ的なの俺大好き。じゃあ、特別に教えましょう。はい、これだよ。
ビー玉？
宝はガラス製品が好きなんだよ。特にビー玉。子供っぽいとこあるよね。
これください。
即決だな。プレゼント用にしとくね。他にもなんか見てく？
ピアス見てもいいですか？あっちに飾ってあるやつ。
ああ、昨日二人で見てたやつ？
先輩が似合いそうって言ってくれて。
うわ、なんだこの可愛い後輩。それで欲しくなっちゃったの？どれ？これ？
この。
じゃあちょっと合わせてみなよ。もうこの子の。
う
わ、似合いすぎる。君ってお顔が印象的だから、こういう素朴なものを添えるだけでもいいかもね。でも今つけてるかっこいいのも似合ってるし、まあそこは好みかな。
印象的？
あれ、言われない？目とか超いいよね。キラキラしてて、見つめられたらクラクラしそう。
それっていいんですか？
見つめないで。また来てね。
楽しい人やったな。また来よう。先輩喜んでくれるやろか。
あれ、君。偶然だね。また同じバスかな。
お、優しい人。さっきぶりですね。
そうだね。何か買ったの？
はい。このピアスです。
そう。若い子はおしゃれが好きだね。よく似合ってるよ。
褒められた。先輩はセンスも良かとやな。
足そろそろ治ってきた？
うん、もうあんまり痛くない。よか
った。
でもその割になんか元気ない？
他にどっか調子悪いの？それか心配事？
いや、心配事あるっちゃあるけど、夜部屋のカーテン開けると絶対人がおってすぐどっか行くとか、帰り道なんかついてきとう気がするとか言わん方が良さそう。エミリホラー苦手とか言いよったし。なんもない、大丈夫。
ほんとか？
大ちゃん先輩いるよ。
なんか見られとう。なんで？ピアス。すみません。
お前さ、サークルどうすんの？うち入んの？部長、お前に絡んでた女いただろ。あいつがうるせえのなんの。
入ってもいいなら入りたいですけど。
じゃグループ招待を送っとくから一言挨拶しとけよ。あと今度新刊あるから参加すること。
はい、わかりました。 サークル入れてもらえた。あ、そうや。先輩、この間はいろいろ本当にお世話になりました。それで、ありがとうございました。これを、お礼に、これ。
落ち着け。
あれない。あれ
なんか用意したけど、家に置いてきたんだな。
ああ。俺ってなんでこう。
お前、この後もう帰るだけ？
はい。
俺今からそっちの方向に用あるから、ついでに寄るわ。
はい。
もう行けんの？
はい。
タイちゃん頑張ってる。
じゃあ、ちょっと待っててください。
おー。あのサラリーマン、今こっち見てたか？
お待たせしました。これです。
見ていい？
どうぞ。
おい、ピアスだけじゃねえのかよ。あのおしゃべり野郎ばらしやがったな。
いや、俺が聞き出しちゃったんで。ビー玉、綺麗ですよね。小さい頃集めてました。
今でも集めてる俺はガキくせえって？
違います。
こうやって見るのが好きなんだよ。こん中に空があるみてえだろ。ガキの頃それが楽しくて、まあ癖になっちまったってだけ。一個やるよ。ありがとな。
空。中野大臣です。1年です。よろしくお願いしますと。
中野くんだ。
よろしく。
よろしく。
よろしくね。
おかめくん見てみ。宝先輩の連絡先ばい。すごかね。誰やろ、この時間に。どなたですか？
僕だよ。いつも会ってるでしょ。また同じバスかな？
今の、この間の人。
ねえ、さっきの男、誰なのかな？僕以外の男を家に呼ぶなんて、いけない子だな。
は？
でも、部屋に入れてくれたら許してあげる。君も毎晩一人で寂しいでしょ。今夜は泊まっていっちゃおうかななんて。それはまだ早いかな。ねえ、鍵開けてよ。開けろって。
変。ナンバー言いよっちゃろ。どげんしや、警察、大げさ、管理人さんとか。
おい！
誰か。
やもう、電源切っときなさいよ。
そうだそうだ、誰からだよ。女だったらぶっ飛ばす。
中野大臣。
え、
嘘、なんで？もう電話する仲なの？
早く出ろ、早く早く。
うるせえな、トーン落とせ。もしもし。おい、聞こえてる？
先輩、なんかやばくて今。
あ？
うちに男の人が来て、部屋に入れろって言われて、ドアをガチャガチャされてて。
マジ？やばいやつ？
これ航空杯。マジです。やばいと思います。
家の住所言えるか？警察呼ぶぞ。
え？
警察？
いや、全然大げさじゃねえから。俺、警察に電話して、ここ向かわして。不審者出没。
わかった。不審者？
中野、俺も行くから。あと、そいつが逃げねえように、反応返しとくとかできる。でもドアは開けるなよ、絶対。絶対だ。すぐ行くから、踏ん張れ。
はい。
はい、そこまで。こちら警察の者ですが、少しお話よろしいですか？
何ですか？
こちらの彼の電話越しに全部聞いてましたよ。
はい？僕は友人に会いに来ただけで。
話は署で聞きますね。はいはい。
ちょっと。
はい、行きますよ。
後輩くん大丈夫かしら？
とりあえず呼んできます。中野、もう開けていいぞ。おい、大丈夫か？まあ、怖いわな。すいません。ちょっと時間もらってもいいっすか？
そうね。先輩の方が安心できるかも。署から迎えを出すから、落ち着いたら連絡してね。
はい。おい、中入れろ、とりあえず。なあ、ほら。はあ、さっさと泣きやめよ。
先輩、酒臭い。
一言目がそれか。近くで飲んでたんだよ。よかったな。
すみません。気づいたら電話しちゃってて。
まあ、ビビったけど、別に。さっきのおっさんとは知り合いか？
ちょっと話したくらいですけど。まさか最近なんかいるなって思ってたの、あの人？
完全にストーカーじゃねえか。
俺男なのに。
世の中には男が好きな男もいんの。
そうなんですか？
例えば俺がそういう人間だったらお前なんかとっくにやってるわな。好きだらけなんだよ。ボケっとしてんのもそうだし、そうやってじっと見てくる目に勘違いする奴もいるだろうな。お前が全部悪いとは言わねえけど、男でも女でも信用できる奴だけにしとけ。
なら先輩はよかと？
さあ、お前がいいならいいんじゃね？つうか、知らん人と話さないんじゃなかったのかよ。
だってそれはピアス褒められて嬉しかったけん。
ちょろすぎんだろ。もうちょいしたら警察署行くからな。
はい。
男が好きな男もいる。
知らんかった。じゃあ俺のこれはなんでずっと頭ん中先輩のことでいっぱいなんやろ。
はあ、なるほどね。怖かったね。今度からもしそういうのあったら男の子でも遠慮せんと相談しなさいね。彼氏さんも気をつけてあげてね。
いや違いますんで。
めっちゃ抱きついてしもた。こっち？あ、いや、こっち。新刊って何着てけばよかかな。あ、宝先輩？あれ、グループトークじゃなか？
今日変なこと言うなよ。
今日変なこと言うなよ。ん？あ、時間が。
いらっしゃいませ。
俺、半ば大学の遅刻してしもた。
はい、団体さんですね。ご案内いたします。あ、中野大臣くん来た。
君が中野くん？こっち座って。こっちこっち。
見てたよりもちっこい。
なんかかわいい。
なあなあ、ちょっと聞いていい？変なおっさんにストーカーされたってマジ？
そんで宝先輩に助けてもらったんだよね。
ストーカーは
なんか追加する？
ネギマ。
宝先輩とか。
まあまあ、とりあえずなんか飲みな。この辺のソフトドリンクだから。
はい。
にしても災難だったな。
そこに駆けつける宝先輩。
お前そればっか言ってんな。
てか俺あれも気になってんだけど、
宝を追っかけてこの大学来た。
それなんで追っかけてきたん？会いたかったからって聞いたけど。
いやー、そんだけで進路決める？
決めちゃったんでしょ？いいじゃんね。志望動機なんて人それぞれなんだし。てか中野くんってよく見たら本当に顔可愛くない？
ダメだこいつ。
いやでもマジでそんだけが理由ならさ、恋しちゃってるみてえじゃんな。
確かに。
男の人が好きな男の人もいるって本当ですか？
ちょっと待ってそれ俺らが触れていい話題？
待って
俺今変なこと言うた？
変なこと言うなよ。
宝先輩。宝先輩、今日もかっこよか。
何今の？宝先輩と中野くん秘密の合図？見ちゃったじゃん気になるじゃん。ねえ、宝先輩とどういう関係？
もうお口チャックしたよ中野くん。
おい宝。
あんたらちょっとふざけすぎ。未成年に酒を飲ますな。誰よ飲ましたの？
コーラだと思ってた。
ごめんなさい。
まあいいわ。店の人にバレなきゃそれで。んでこの子だけどナイトが送ってやんなさい。
は？それ俺か？
そうよ。家知ってんでしょ？
お前だって知ってんだろ。
こないだの騒動で受け取ったメモ、個人情報だったんでとっくに破棄してまー
す。そうやって面白がってっけれどな。
あら、じゃああんたは面白くないんだ。困ってんだ。それってどっちの意味で？
おい中野。
ありゃ、なんだかんだ構ってんじゃんね。
俺、口軽いの直すわ。ストーカーのことみんなに話しちゃったの、タカラにめっちゃ怒られた。
それはぜひそうして。
なんか揺れとる。
タクシー捕まんねえし、お前んち遠いから家帰るけど、今吐きそうとかある？
ないです。
あ、そう。
先輩。
あ
あ。なんで、
ぶねえな。グラグラすんな。
いい。俺お店におったはずやけどな。でもなんかいい気分。先輩、宝先輩。
おい、名前呼び許可してねえぞ。
背中抜くかね。
足揺らすな。
おー、先輩の部屋2階建て。
ロフトな。水飲め。ついでに歯も磨く。
はい。ロフト。
なあ、落ちんなよ。
おしゃれベッド。眠。
待て。そのまま寝んなよ。居酒屋の匂いつく。サイズは合うわけねえな。まあこれ着とけ。
はい。ありがとうございます。ボタン。
貸せ。飲み会にんなややこしい服着てくんな。
何着ればいいかわかんなかったです。あと、宝先輩来るから変な格好したくないし。
さすがにしたねえな。
宝先輩は今日もかっこよかし。
あ
あ。
おいお前な、危ねえだろマジで。棚の角にぶつかるとこ。
俺、宝先輩にまた会えたのも、こんな構ってもらえるのも、話せるのも、本当に嬉しかっちゃけど、でもずっと緊張するし、俺のこういうのって、どういう好きなんやろか。友達とか家族とかとは全然違うくて、憧れとるっていうだけにしては。
酔っ払いとは話さねえ。
う
さっさと寝ろ。目閉じる。
じゃあ明日話してください。
どんくせえやつ。
え、どこ？知らん服。背中抜くかね。先輩の部屋、2階建て。どういう好きなんやろうか。俺はナンバ考えと。ありえん、ありえん。先輩きっとドン引きして。ああ！
絶対落ちると思った。
すいません。昨日は俺。
一応全部覚えてんだ。で、俺のことが好きだって？
いや、それは。
冗談？
じゃあ、ないです。多分。先輩怒っとる？いや、でも先輩は最初から俺のことうざがっとったし、なのに頼ってばっかで、先輩が優しいからって何調子乗っとうとやろ。冗談にします、やっぱり。もう変なこと言いません。忘れてください。
じゃあ俺は何も聞かなかったことにして今まで通りにしてろと。でも俺そんな器用な真似できねえから。お前のことは今後どう接していいかわからん気まずい後輩ってことになってもうあんま構えないかもな。こっち来い。お前な、俺の前で泣きすぎだろ。言い方きついのは悪いけど、いじめてるわけじゃねえから。お前が他に言うことがないなら、そうなるってだけ。
他？
もっと違うお願いされたら、聞くかも。
今まで通り構ってほしいです。
却下。
ねえ。
人の話聞いてたか？構うにしても俺が全然気まずくなくてお前も泣かないで済む。あるだろ他に。
そんなウィンウィンなことが？
ある。ほら考えろ。
俺が宝先輩のこと好きでもよくて、それを宝先輩が気まずいって思うこともなく構ってもらえるようなお願い？でもそれ俺だけが嬉しいことになりませんか？
じゃあそれ言ってみな。
迷惑じゃ。
聞いてから判断する。
でもそんな好きやけん付き合ってとか言えるわけ？
言ってんじゃん。できるな。じゃあありってことで。いいよ。付き合ってやる。
先輩も俺のこと好き？
そこまでは言ってねえ。
じゃあなんで？
お前がずっと気づかないならほっとくつもりだったけど、やっと気づいたと思ったらさっさと引いてかれて、こっちがムキになるくらいは、まあ。
やけくそってことですか？
やけくそでキスまでするかよ。 反応遅っ。
先輩の言うこと難しか。
お前がどんくせえの。で、今日講義は時間あるならどっか食いに行けるけど。
おかめくん、どうしよう。行きたか。
じゃあシャワーしてこい。
古元風になるとか思わんかった。
お待ち。
赤。
宝が誰かと来るなんて珍しいな。
ああ、
常連さんなんですか。
まあよく来るな。
ラーメン好きなんですか。
まあまあ。
いらっしゃいませ。
いいから食えよ。
一口でっかい。いただきます。辛っ。
だから普通のにしろっつったのに。
でも弊害の麺。
無理そうならやめとけよ。注文し直すか。食ってやるから。
いえ辛くても美味しいのは分かりますので。
で、お前は何が好きなんだよ、食いもん。
プリンです。
やっぱ無理じゃね。
夢、幻、白チューム、どれも違うか気がする。だって口がいたかも。はぐれる剣ってつかませてくれた服も、目の前の宝先輩も本物って。俺と先輩って恋人になったと。
そこの花壇に座ってろ。
あ、
今の人かっこいい。嘘、見てなかった。ほら、お店の前。やばいね、かっこいい。こっち戻ってくる。
おい。三軒からだよな。そろそろ帰るぞ。
はい。先輩、これは？
シェイクやるよ。期間限定いちごプリン味だと。口直しにどうぞ。
ありがとうございます。嬉しいのに、なんか
おい、なんだよその顔は。まだ帰りたくなかったとか？遅刻しても知らねえぞ。
違くて、俺と宝先輩は釣り合わないです。先輩にはもっと綺麗で可愛くて、このシェイクみたいなおしゃれなものが似合うキラキラした人じゃないと。でもこのウィンウィンやめたら先輩は気まずいし、俺は構ってもらえなくなるわけで。だからでも先輩は俺のこと好きじゃないから、俺どうしたらいい？
付き合うとか恋人とかって最初から 100% 好きじゃないとダメなわけ？いつか100になれりゃそれでって考えのやつもいんの。俺がそれ。釣り合う釣り合わないとかも心底どうでもいい。
俺が男でも
いけると思ったから付き合うっつったの。
じゃあ俺は100になってもらえるように頑張ればよかですか？
頑張っても無理な場合もあるけど。
そうですか。100。今はどんくらいやろ。10もなか気がする。
はい。
あ、
じゃあな。
はっ、なんで一日に2回もすると、宝先輩ってすすき、もうわけわからん。
というわけで、次の土曜日は高尾山ハイキングです。ここまででなんか質問ある？ないよね、別に。
適当だな、おい。
今回はブラッと遊びに行くだけだから、1年生は遠足だと思って気楽に参加してね。
おやつはいくらまでですか
500円？
遊び、誰と行動しよってもよかとかな。
バナナはおやつに入りますか？
入りません。って、この流れ、毎回やってんな。
宝先輩楽しそう。先輩は友達と見て回りたかよな。
ねえねえ中野くん、新刊の後大丈夫だった？ぐでんぐでんだったけど。
ああ、はい。確か隣に座っとった人。
で、宝先輩のお背中はどうでした？おんぶされて帰ったよね。
お背中？どうとは？でっかくてあったかかったです。
かわいい。
あれ、電話。
電話に出るだけでなんであんなにかっこいいんだ。
電話？この前も。
また来たな、宝の電話機。
電話機？
なんかあるよね、周期がね。
多いと毎日じゃん。俺こないだ誰って聞いたらはぐらかされた。
俺は知ってるぜ。聞いちゃったもんね。電話口から女の声が漏れてたの。ありゃ絶対彼女だよ。
あんた口軽いの直すって言ってなかった？
あ、しまった。
いいえ先輩、私が知り得る限り宝先輩に彼女はいません。
そらあんたの願望でしょうが。
同じ大学内にいないってだけじゃん。
いたら目立っちゃうもんな、彼女も宝も。つか、あの見た目でいない方が怖いわ。
じゃあ仮に彼女だとして、たまにある電話機は定期連絡的な？
彼女と定期連絡ってなんだよ。
実はものすごい遠距離で、寂しさが爆発した彼女からの鬼伝とか？
やだやだやだ、宝先輩がそんな鬱陶しい女と熱愛してるなんてやだ。
彼女。
いつまで床で正座してんだよ。まだ緊張すんの？探検してきていいぞ。
あれは酔ってたから。
じゃあ何？
聞いてもよかとやろうか。ダメかも。でも聞かないとずっとこんな。電話の相手って誰ですか？ダメなやつやった。すみません。俺やっぱ帰ります。
あ、そう。
この間お借りした服ありがとうございました。ちゃんと洗いましたので。うわ、ダメや。このまま帰ったら感じ悪い。ちゃんと謝らんと。なんで教えてくれんちゃろ。それからお邪魔しましたって、また来てもいいですかって 知られたら困るごた人とね。せめて笑って嫌われたら土下しよ
う。一人で帰んな。送る。んな顔すんなよ。怒ってねえから。
俺自分のことばっかやん。すみません、送ってもらっちゃって。じゃあまた。
悪かった。嫌な空気にした。
違う、俺です。俺がしたんです。先輩の多分言いたくないことなのに俺が勝手に。ごめんなさい先輩、ごめんなさい。
だから怒ってねえ。俺が悪いんだよ。そういうことにしとけ。なんだよ、ビビリは治ったのか？
顔が見えないので割と大丈夫です。
あっそ。
俺のこと気にしてくれとるのに疑ったらいかんよな。もう考えんとこ。気を使わせて甘えてばっかやなくて、俺も先輩のために何かできたらよかとに。ハイキングの連絡かな。
風邪ひいた。今日パス。
宝先輩。
マジか。大丈夫？
大丈夫ですか？了解。お大事にね。
風邪？大丈夫やろか。今一人やろか。一人でも平気やろか。高熱で動けんくて看病してくれる人がおらんかったら。
受け入れ先がありません。片っ端から当たれバカ。
しっかり先生お願いします。
ご臨終です。そんな。だから
衰弱死。宝先輩が死んでしまう。すみません、乗ります。
何回？
確か3回です。
はい。
ここ左やったっけ？
なんでよ、こんなに言ってるのに。
わめくなよ。
宝先輩と誰やろ？
少しでいいのよ。あなたしか頼れない。
だからって家まで来んなって。
しょうがないでしょ。電話じゃあなたまともに話もしてくれないじゃない。
出るだけマシだろ。つうかあんたが大変だろうが自業自得だし、そもそもプライドとかねえわけ。
あんたって昔からそう。人を見下してバカにして、誰が困ってようが助けもしないんでしょ。本当に冷たい子。
そげんことなか。
何？誰？
中野。
宝先輩は冷たくなんかなかぞ。めちゃくちゃ優しか人たい。なんも分かっとらん奴が昔からとかなんとかくさ、知ったことは話はすんな。あと先輩は今風邪ひいとったい。看病するけどさっさと帰れ。
はあ？何なのよあなたは。
喧嘩？
失礼な子。
なんとでん言えばよか。
待て待て、どうどう。すいません、お騒がせしました。お気になさらず。
の人誰ね
お前、怖っ。
え？なんかおかしかったですか？
さっきのは母親だよ、俺の。
俺は、なんてご無礼な。ごめんなさい、連れ戻
さなくていい。今、相手したくね
え。風邪って言ってたから心配で。大丈夫ですか？熱は。
自分の面倒くらい見れるわ。ほれ、薬も十分。
焦っていろいろ買ってしもた。
ちっとだりいだけだよ。熱はない。
そうですか。よかった。
うちの親、離婚してんだけど、原因は母親の浮気で、俺は親父に引き取られて。でも親父の実家裕福だから、それ知ってる母親が未だに、みてえな。なんか大体わかんだろ。つうわけで、電話の相手は母親。こんな話うぜえだけだし言わなかった。
うざくないです。全然。俺だって先輩に初めて会った時、重たい話したし。やっぱ彼女じゃなかった。よかった。俺は、なんだって知りたいです。いつも。しかし、大変そうな家庭環境やな。また見かけたら、追っ払ったらよかかな。
なあ、二人で山登るか、今度。
え？
今日ダメになったし、俺もどっか登りてえし、こっちで決めていいか？
はい、お任せします。けど、二人でって、二人っきりですか？
そらそうだろ
う。
風邪うつるかもな。
俺映ったことないんで大丈夫です。
大ボケ。
うわ、音。
さっき助かった。あと、看病もちっと楽しみ。
はい。
お世話になります。もう。
It's just like if you come around and like I wasn't gone for like I don't know for 3 weeks or something, right? Like the basically for me it comes down to the question like do they expect me to be gone for a long time? Right? If they do expect that for whatever reason, they shouldn't give me a new contract.
Yeah.
Right? If they expect me that I will be gone because of the trans topic, which objectively I haven't had any actual sick leaves from, which they might not know, but I will tell them. Then it's a different issue. And like in this case, depending on how they phrase it, I might just escalate that to some extent. Like, I don't know. I mean, it's not going to change much, but it's making their lives miserable if I go to the Betriebsrat or something like that, or to the Schwerbehindertenvertretung, and just tell them like, look, I have 7 days of sick leave. That's like and I mean it's mid, like you basically have like 1.5. The average German is 1.5 days each month sick, right? It's mid October, so as long as I'm not gone for a week again now, I'm pretty much on average, right? So basically, I'm getting questioned because I'm the average in being sick. And if they should pursue this whole trans topic, then it's somewhat discrimination, because like I don't have an operation planned. I don't have anything planned that would take me out for a while in this regard. Like everything I have planned is something that will be done in like one afternoon. That's it.
But I mean, they don't know, right?
Well, I don't know what they know, but yeah, I don't know. Like, I literally don't know what they are aware of.
So I think definitely like clarifying that would sort of help. Because like you say, like I don't think your sick days are the reason. I think your sick days are the argument they bring up because they don't have any others really, or like they don't feel like their other arguments are as valid because it's only like expectations or assumptions. For example, they can't really bring up the argument that like they expect you to have this like huge operation, right, which is gonna take you out or something. So that's why they might bring up your sick days so far as a replacement argument. So I feel like, honestly, just, I don't know, I think being really straight with them and being like, I have the average amount of sick days. So this is like not the problem here, right? So what is the problem? Like, do you think I have like an operation coming because I'm trans, because you sort of implied that it's about the trans thing? Like, what is your expectation? Like, why do you don't trust that I come to work? Like, why do you like ask me for this like verbal assurance and nobody else? Because I think you deserve to know. Like, even if you don't take a contract there, I think you deserve to know what's going on. Because like leaving that company with assuming they're transphobic is like really, I don't know, like it might be unnecessary stress, right? And not, it might be like an unnecessary negative next example of the world, which is going to influence how safe and connected you are and feel to society, right? So I think just getting like the proper answers to this, like being really straight about this and really honest, and getting those answers to then at least know like either they actually are transphobic, and then you know it's not like you have that negative like assumption about society now for a reason, you know, like it's not like it's not an assumption, it's like it's a fact. Or they might just turn out to be like incompetent with assumptions and absolutely unaware and unknowing of trans experience. And then it's maybe still a negative impact about society because you think like, damn, like everybody's fucking stupid, but like it's a different type of negative impact.
Yeah.
Because I feel like it's like I don't know, like if they were to say this with the assumption that trans people in general just get more sick, or I don't know, like not as productive, you know, like not even the operation, but just like in general, just because you're trans, they expect you to be more sick because you're, I don't know, maybe supported by the assumption that like trans people are whiny or whatever. I think this is really like first of all like highly unfair and like just not right. But also I don't know, like this just sucks, you know? And I think you deserve to get the proper picture about this, you know? I think it would really help to sort of know if that actually is the case.
I will see next week, I guess.
Yeah. But I think you shouldn't be afraid to bring up all those points which don't make sense to you.
Yeah.
Because I don't think any of those questions are an issue, you know? I think, to be honest, like I guess like definitely like some people can't handle clarity as much and like a lot of information not as much, and they sort of like hold on to like bad arguments if they're being found out. So like this can the talk can still be like really annoying, but in essence like any of those questions are like if they're being answered, they're just gonna give you more clarity. And it doesn't mean that you need to forgive them or anything, or that it's like gone or anything, but that you just have more clarity what's actually happening and what they actually think. And I feel like knowing what others actually think about you can really help to have like an accurate image of society. And I don't know. I mean, I definitely hope they're just like I sort of like expect or hope. Well, I don't know them, right? But I just like this just sort of seems like one of those situations where they are just sort of like unaware of the authority structure they are in and what pressure they actually do have. Like there's bosses who just still sort of like ask women like what they like if they want to get pregnant or like have babies, like what the family situation is and is going to be. And a lot of them just sort of like ask this with no negativity in their head, right? Like they're interested because you like buddy up with your boss sometimes. And then it sort of gets more casual, but at the same time they're still your boss. And I feel like it's something like being a really good boss who's never pushing the pressure or like pushing the authority they have is really hard for most people, especially for people who are not as aware. So I don't know, that's sort of like the thing I expect. Like I expect them to just be a little bit incompetent. I don't think there's any like bad intentions. I just think they're unaware of the implications it has for you. And I think that's something we should get better as society, definitely. Because as you feel right now, this has definitely like implications. And I think that's also something you can make them aware of, you know? And it's something you gotta make them aware of by like asking, like if this is only like sort of like asking if your interpretation of this, that this is maybe only because you're trans and stuff like this, is correct. Because then you sort of like, a lot of people are just not aware of what they imply and what they showcase, sort of. And then like sort of like showing them on the silver platter, hey, like this is actually like what you like. This is what I understand if you say stuff like this. It's sometimes really eye-opening to others. Because let's be real, like the most people are not like hyper socially aware, because they never had to make that much of an effort to like fit into society in the beginning. But I think you can feel all of those feelings you do have because of that. Because it's a really annoying situation, and I think especially for people like us, who are like very, I guess, like logical and sort of see very clearly what is right and wrong, or like have a clear image of what is right and wrong. Situations like these always have like a huge sort of like impact on our world belief system and how we see society and ethics in general, sort of. And also like moral questions about like, how should we feel now? Like, how angry can we be on those people? How angry can we not? And stuff like this. But I think just entirely separate from society and from all of those things, you can, you know, like you can be really sad about this. You can be really angry about this, even if they didn't mean it like this, you know? Which doesn't mean that you like need to like shove that anger in their face and like punish them, or like, you know, like have revenge on them or anything. Because like both of it can exist, right? Like they can be like incompetent and didn't mean it like this, and you can be really hurt from this. And I think just sort of like giving yourself space to experience those emotions, giving yourself space to like really, I don't know, to just like really flame them, can feel like really well, like really good. So if you want, we can sort of like try to.
No, I don't.
Like, I think it can feel really good. Like it's scary to
Yeah,
be.
but I don't have like.
You don't have
I don't
to
know.
mean it, you know. It can
but
just.
I don't have anything to flame. Like I'm like, you know, I don't know if they were dipshits, I could like just go after them full throttle. Like I don't know if they're like being assholes on purpose, I can point that out. But like they are not. So like I don't really have an issue with them in general. It's just that like, yeah, I don't know. They just put me in a position where I have to where I have to where I have to justify myself for something I shouldn't have.
Yeah.
To justify.
Yes.
So yeah, I'm probably going to justify myself because like I don't really have a lot of other options. But and I
Well,
will
you
point
could just
out
quit.
that like, yeah, I could just quit, but like that is no real option because I have issue like that. The thing is, I need money to live, and I could probably live for like, if I really cut it down to the bare minimum, I could probably keep on living for like I don't know if I'm really on like the whole
We
okay, I gotta
don't need
survive.
to know. It's fine. You don't need to calculate that right now. Like
I
I
wouldn't
get it. At the
die or
same
get
time, like you
evicted
could
for a couple
technically like apply for new jobs and just wait how that turns out. And if you find a better one, then not confront it. And if you don't, then confront it. Like there's like a lot of different situations and a lot of different
I mean,
decisions
that's
like you could
effectively
make, right?
what I'm going to do, right? Because that is effectively what I'm going to do. As I said, like when I hang up on you, the first thing I'm going to do is go onto a job website and start looking for jobs. So yeah, I don't know. And if I find something, then yeah, it could turn out that I would just take the new job instead,
Mm.
right?
I would
The
really like to sort of like see you like let go of all the ifs and like, well, but they also like didn't mean it, and just like, is there like, to me, like I know how, like I definitely like know there's a need to articulate yourself properly and like be aware of the other persons and like, you know. But I like, to me personally, there's like this, for some situations, there's sort of my logic, and then there's my, I don't know, maybe inner child. And it's like my logic is like, well, but they maybe didn't mean it. It's like mentalizing. It's sort of like trying to, okay, but well, like being angry now doesn't help, and let's look into this. And well, I mean, this isn't how I planned it, but things have to be done. Like I need to find a solution now. And then there's my inner child, which is blissfully unaware of all these complications, and is just sort of like, this sucks. Like, people are so stupid. Like, what am I supposed to do? Like, how? Like, and it's, I don't know, like, sometimes it really helps to sort of like let go of all this and just say these like feelings out loud, even though you know logically that they're not right and that's not what you like. You don't hate all others or whatever, you know, like it's just something you, like, your angry inner child feels inside, and it can really help to let it out. And like I don't know if that's the case for you as well, right? Like, people are different, and like how people regulate their emotions is different. But to me, what I really like just doing is sort of like, in those moments, I usually like rant to Zach, and it's like, I have handled this entire topic logically already, and then it's like, okay, close door, and then I notice, well, there's actually like, I closed the door on this now, but there's like, there's still something. Like, even though like all of this is handled, there's still some like residue, sort of like, there's still some like feeling of like anger, sadness, maybe isolation, and being like pissed off that I even had to put in that effort, because in my optimal world, this wouldn't need to happen. And like, it's sort of like, it comes like, I feel like it's more this like frustration with, I don't know, which is combined with this autistic feeling of like, I know what's right, I know what's wrong, and like, why does nobody else, like, this, like, we wouldn't even need to be in this situation. Like, this is clearly not the optimal situation. Like, there's clearly a better system, and it's like so easy, but like nobody gets it, and only because nobody gets it and everybody's stupid, I need to actually like do this. And it's not what I like logically think, right? Like, I don't think I'm like on top of the world and the smartest person ever, and like, this is like so easy to figure out, and like we're just like not doing it, whatever. Like, I know the entire context around it, but it doesn't matter for my inner child, because my inner child is blissfully unaware of that context. Like my inner child is like 5 years old and didn't get the lollipop, and she's mad. And she doesn't care that she's like her tiny teeth will like fall out or anything, and that like I don't know, maybe she just had like a filler getting done by the dentist or whatever, and now she needs to be like I don't know, like take care of that and like be especially cautious or whatever with sweet things. She doesn't care that she already had like 500 lollipops, and if she now eats like more, she's gonna get sick and gonna vomit the entire rest of the day. Like she doesn't care about any of this. She's mad she's not getting a lollipop. And I feel like sometimes this can help, even if it feels like, I don't know, even if it feels sort of like dramatic or not like valid or righteous or like any of that. I think it can help, and the best part about it is every time I sort of let go of this, it like at the end of it I have to laugh because it's so funny, because it's such a because I'm aware of what I say in that moment, right? So I'm like, logically, I know how none of this makes sense and how anything of this is taken so out of context and like only seen in this like tiny picture and is so heavily influenced just by my emotions and how I want to see the world right now, sort of. And then I just like always have to laugh, which is sort of the best thing because you end on like on a good note. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I don't know.
That's
It's
fine.
just I don't know. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. We will see next week, I guess. But yeah,
It's fine.
the
Like,
thing what I just noticed is that I can screen for positions I might want to apply to, but like I want to have an Arbeitszeugnis from my current
yeah.
job, so I probably have to ask for that tomorrow. And then they can take up to 2 or 3 weeks for it. So I'm seriously running out of time here.
I mean, you can maybe already apply for jobs and like put in the work you've done yourself, and then just be like, I already applied for like an Arbeitszeugnis, and it's like, I'm gonna give it to you on a later note if you're interested.
Yeah. And I could probably write in that I'm employed from June to December, and then they will see that I'm still working there.
Yeah.
That's probably the smartest move.
I mean, you're gonna be able to handle this. You're capable. You're gonna handle this. It's gonna turn out fine. Like you're gonna find some solution which works out in the end. It's just exhausting right now. And maybe you can do something for yourself because you are exhausted. Maybe you can do something for yourself and you can rest or recover.
Yeah, I guess.
Is there any news about your friend situation, by the way? Have you thought about what you want to do
we
about it?
just like I'm if that happens again, I'm going to address it. But
all right.
For now, like we didn't play Baldur's Gate yesterday because this time I was gone for a very long time. So he said like he might play Dungeons and Dragons. He didn't ended up to do so. But I was like gone, and yeah, it was too late for him in this case. Like I was basically at home at like 8:15, and he wanted to go to bed at 10.
Yeah.
And then he decided, okay, it's too late, and then we watched 2 episodes of Supernatural, and then it was fine.
That's also nice.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is there anything sort of maybe I could have done better in this talk? Like anything where you felt like I didn't understand that like easily, and it was sort of like effort, or like
No.
you can also like think about this and text it later.
Okay. Yeah. Ugh. Alrighty.
But I see you. It's annoying.
Yeah, it's super annoying.
Yeah.
But we will see.
Also, so annoying that you now need to handle this conversation because they don't clearly communicate about it.
Yeah, I might just like if I see my boss tomorrow, I might just like drop it like somewhat so that she already has like something to think about, because like
I mean, you can also write an email if you want to with all of those questions.
yeah, but then something is being misinterpreted or something, and
Yeah.
like it's usually easier to in my opinion, it's more often easier if you have like the option to immediately
Intervene if somebody is going
intervene
the wrong
if
direction.
something's gone south,
Yeah.
rather than having like this massive email where I'm effectively somewhat accusing them of something, where they will just sit there and are basically overwhelmed by it and be like, oh geez, now I'm in the position where I have to protect, where I have to justify, and that's sometimes like a scary situation, because I feel like sometimes people will, like, in my opinion, it's justified criticism, right?
Yeah.
But sometimes people will get really defensive, even if the criticism is justified, right?
I think it's
And I just
even
kind of
if
want to avoid
criticism is
that.
justified, I think this is sort of the case because a lot of the time we don't mean to do something and then we feel like it's like we're surprised by the criticism, you know, like we didn't expect it because we didn't mean to do so. And we didn't
Yeah.
notice how it sort of blew up. I think that sort of adds to the equation because then we're not like prepared to face this, which puts us in a higher stress level, right? And then at the same time, we sort of feel like, well, but we didn't mean to do this, so like it's like unfair to like punish us for this because this wasn't even like the purpose of it. But I think it's easier to just sort of try to be curious and ask for clarification in a curious way.
Yeah.
Like I feel like curiosity sort of gives you the answers you want and is less threatening to people. So if you really try to sort of like understand what they actually want to know and what they are actually like concerned about, then you might be able to like clarify any misunderstandings without having to be in this like facing off situation.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess. It's just annoying, I guess. And like, I mean, maybe it could be that like the minor boss will come around, and she will be like, oh yeah, we talked about this. This was because of sports injury, and she just didn't told the bigger boss.
I mean,
so like that's still an option that they didn't communicate in between themselves, and the big boss just came back and saw, oh, there's another week gone.
Yeah.
And I don't know, maybe I said something that that she took in the wrong kind of way or something, like I would see, and like it's just mainly annoying.
I think in a weird way, this is also the culture we shape in society right now, right? Because we have on one hand, we have people who think trans folk is a problem. And then on the other hand, we have people who, because of those people as well, feel like, okay, we need to protect trans people. Which then also means that they need protection. Which is a lot of the time sort of like implied in our society with weakness, right? And fragility. So, I don't know, and it doesn't really come from a bad place in the first place, right? But then it sort of translates to a non-independent picture of the person. But yeah, I think just sort of like being curious and trying to like find the place where it like went wrong, because they're gonna have like some type of logic, right? Like and like of course there's like some people who are just like transphobic, but I guess they probably wouldn't be, because you said the business itself is like really open, right? I mean, doesn't like can still be the case, but if it isn't, they're probably just it's just many miscommunications coming together sort of to shape this image. So I think just really being curious and like picking it apart and sort of like telling them how things came across to you, and just sort of being like maybe like if this helps, like I think I would maybe say something like hey, about like the time we talked about the contract, I really wanted to talk about it because I don't know, there's some things I sort of understood where I didn't feel like that's maybe how you meant them. And so, for example, when you explain this and this to me, with this, like to me, this sounds like every time I'm more sick, like there's going to come up this question. And it also like sounds like you think I was like more ill than other people, whereas I think I was like ill on average, right? Like, is this sort of like showing it of this perspective, like this and that, what you said, came across to me like you mean this and that, and like, is that really what you mean? You sort of can already like set like this like curious sort of state where the other person feels that you don't expect the worst from them, but you sort of like, you believe they are a good person, you believe they didn't mean to hurt you, and you just need like clarification if how they meant specific things, because you like, to you they came across weird, but that like surely can't be the case, right? Because like they're amazing people. Sort of like it sets the stage like this, where it's like way easier for a person to actually like come in your direction, and because they don't feel like they need to I don't know, convince you or like defend the fact that they're like a good person or anything, you know? But it's just sort of about details where it's like easy to talk about. Doesn't raise the stakes so much. If that helps.
Well, I don't know.
I mean, maybe just take a break for today of this topic.
Yeah, it's probably best.
And just sort of
I'm
like
just, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, just try to do something for yourself where you feel like you recover and you feel regulated afterwards. So like if you plan, for example, on like playing with friends or
It's on
whatever.
League of Legends.
Yeah, like I mean, you can try, right? Like for some people it helps, in some situations it helps. But definitely like when you do, like after like one game or two, like try to feel if you feel regulated again. Like, do you feel safe again? Do you feel do you feel positive again, optimistic? And like, if you don't feel better than before, then try something else. Like, really try to find something where you feel more regulated than before afterwards. And I doubt it's gonna be League. But it could be. Sometimes it can also just be laying on the floor and crying. Sort of depends on the person.
That sounds terrible.
Well, crying does really help with emotions. Like, usually you feel better afterwards. Like, maybe not like from in terms of like your eyes, because like, for example, my eyes like always like swell up really bad, but in terms of like emotions, it's one way to like process them and like let them out. So
Oh well.
I don't know, like try to do something where you feel like afterwards you're like sort of okay with the situation, and you feel like you're sort of okay and feel like re-energized to take on the effort to apply for jobs or stuff like this, you know?
Yeah. Okay, I'm probably gonna try and find some food or something.
Food is a good idea.
Okay, thanks for talking.
You're welcome.
Bye bye.
Bye. See you. So welcome back in chat. And welcome Naradim. Welcome, welcome. I took off the vacuum robot. The vacuum robot is really loud, and like afterwards, when I like sent him out, he bumped into the door like really hard. Like, let me in. Welcome back, Naradim. How are you, Naradim? Yeah, seriously. It was loud. Like I was like, okay. I don't really appreciate the song right now. Do we maybe want to listen to some jazz? We can like either do piano or we can do jazz. Ooh, what is this? Healing harp? This is nice. Luxury hotel lounge. Hmm. The water boiler is set on 70 degrees. Ooh, damn. Jazz for autumn. pretty good so far. First half of the day is done. I still have training at around 6 p.m. today, but man, sleep schedule's out of control. Oh no. My sleep schedule on the weekend, oh my god. I messed up. I seriously messed up. It's not going well the past few weekends. So on Saturday, on Saturday I wanted so essentially with our D&D group, and we met on Friday, we talked about the Critical Role campaign 4. By the way, I watched the first one, but not the second episode, okay? No spoilers. But so good, by the way. Like, I'm not gonna spoil anything. But campaign 4, next level shit. Like, campaign 4 seems like a movie about people playing D&D. Like, it seems cut. Like, honestly, like, it doesn't seem like it's real time. Like, everything is so smooth. Like, it really seems like they, like, cut it to perfection and, like, cut all the times out where people say, like, and, oh, what do I have? It's, like, so smooth, and there's so many people involved. It's so cool. Can really, like, to anyone, I can only, like, Critical Role campaign 4, tippity top of everything. Love it so much. So inspired by Critical Role campaign 4, I talked to our D&D campaign, and we were like, actually, let's sort of get into making battle maps and stuff like this. So then on Saturday, I looked into making, like, because there's so many free assets on this, actually. And there's, like, a creator, which is called, like, I think, like, M2430 or something. And he's making all types of models since years. He has, like, all the models from, like, the monster manual and stuff like this. And so cool. And I downloaded, like, some of his models and, like, put them into a file and, like, sent them to, like, our friend, because he has, like, a 3D printer. And I also, there's, like, people who have, like, have files about these, like, condition rings. And actually, like, I thought, like, maybe, like, buying them will be easier. But apparently with the, like, our friend can do, like, 2-color printing, and they turn out, like, pretty fine. So he's making them himself now, and I also sent him, like, all of these files, and then some, like, the spell size indicators, and, like, some, like, height indicator tower sort of things. And then sort of, like, some items of cover. So for example, like a stone, a bush, one tree, so that we can, like, have something for cover. And the other thing I want to make is make proper battle maps. And I think, like, everybody has heard already about these, like, battle maps which are, like, laminated. And then you can, like, just with those, like, wet or dry color erasers, like, draw on them and then, like, erase it. So it's basically just, like, this terra texture laminated, and then you, like, draw on it, like, how your map specifically looks. And I've seen this multiple times, and what I also have seen is that those laminated things stain. And they apparently stain not, like, rather quickly. So my idea was, I'm gonna make these texture whatever things. Also I looked into those texture things, and I think that the textures of the, like, most common ones you can buy are ugly as fuck. So I'm gonna make them myself. Like, this is my ambition was to make them myself, with, like, with AI generating and stuff like this, and then just generating this texture and then, like, making the whole map. And I thought, like, maybe we can make, like, sort of like a grass texture, and then sand, ice, and then we make, like, and then, like, water. But then we make, like, one river sort of, like, separately, so we can just, like, lay it on top of it wherever, like, we need it, sort of. And then, like, maybe some, like, trees also, like, flat, so we can lay them, like, where we want them to, and stuff like this. And then sort of have this, like, stacking situation where you put, like, the texture map, and then you can put, like, the river where you want it, and, like, the trees where you want it. And then you don't like laminate any of this. Like all of these are like they're maybe laminated for the purpose of like keeping them clean and stuff like this for like safekeeping. But essentially they're only like printed on like thicker paper and that's it. And then what we do is we like sort of assemble it and then put like a really thin glass or plexiglass pane on top. And then we draw on the plexiglass pane or glass pane, whatever we decide to use. But this is sort of the idea I have. Because I feel like, I don't know, like I have the feeling it's gonna turn out great. And then if it's like only paper, you can also like just make more of them as you go, sort of, and as you need them. Because you don't really, you know, like there's no, you don't like, it's not that hard to make them. Like essentially you just need a printer. Like to be fair, okay, we want to make it in DIN A like 2, so this is rather huge. But it's still like technically you could print it on the go and wouldn't even need to go to a printer shop. But yeah, so that's why I feel like, okay, like this seems like a really nice idea. But yeah, I don't know, like I didn't like getting the AI to run was actually really hard and took really long. And on Saturday I was awake till 5:30 in the morning. Yeah. So on Sunday I woke up at like 12 and went to bed at like 1. So now I'm sort of like back into normal rhythm, but oh my god. This took a while. And the maps are not even done. Like I don't have the texture yet I want to use. Because I have found like the website which is called okay, I have no idea, but I have found a website where you can get like free textures. But the textures look ugly. Like the textures, okay, like they don't really look ugly, but they look too realistic. Like I want anime type textures. So yeah. I don't know. So that's why I have to make my own textures. I didn't find any like anime type free grass textures or anything online. So yeah. But yeah, we don't necessarily want to make the battle map actually. We just want texture maps. And then like draw the battle map on essentially, right? Because we don't want to like print out a new battle map for like every session. Also, the other thing is that Zach is actually really like our D&D session with Zach, where Zach is DMing. Zach has like no time to like properly prepare for those sessions. So like all of those sessions, it's like a low effort D&D session. It's just sort of like we sort of like go through it as they come, and that's why we need like battle maps which can be like spontaneously assembled. But yeah. Cold showers for this week. Can you not like put like the heat like less, like sort of like a mix? Isn't that like how it usually works? Because 70 degrees, oh my god. I mean, I had 2 weeks of vacation, so usually I went to bed at like 4 a.m. till 9. Then I was out of the dog, and then I slept till like 1 p.m. I have to be awake and productive at 4. That's a huge switch. But which website do you have, by the way? Just to make sort of sure I checked all of the options. Yes, please. Nadim is typing. Okay. Ah. Oh, this one's. Like, is it free? Because it says like. You can even use all the maps commercially. And the yearly, like, pro version is costing $25. Whoever made this is a G. Like, who made this? FHQ. No, this is the. Contact us. I don't know who made this, but it's amazing. And they don't even like. Nobody's taking credit for this. And with premium, it's infinite. It costs like €5 per month for premium. It seems amazing. I'm gonna definitely try this later. Like, this could potentially fix all my problems. Like, I really hope that the grass they have looks nice. But we'll see. But this seems good. Thank you for the link on that. So, how are you doing, Naradim? How is your mental health? Or your health in general? I mean, it's a combination. I would say pretty stable since the last time we spoke about it. I don't know, I just don't stress out about a lot of things at the moment. Nice. That sounds nice. But you don't say it in a really, like, happy way. Like, isn't that, like, really good? Or are you doubtful of some things? The sky is so grey today, but the sun is still finding a way to come out. On one hand, it's like really nice. I think it's so cute. On the other hand, I'm at the PC. You don't need to come out today. You'd rather like piss me off. Like, it would be nicer if you come out tomorrow. Like, then I have time. But I appreciate you trying, doing your best. Oh, there's somebody doing something outside, which makes a weird noise. I'm seriously not sure what, though. Because it's... Because it sounds so... Yeah, it's some type of construction, but I don't know. But it's pretty good at the moment, but I'm always careful with that, especially after my first real week back after work in combination with training and the online class. So you don't sort of trust the piece right now? Type situation? Like maybe this is only the quiet before the storm, or how is it? I think I know what I'm gonna do. I think I want to make my make like a autumn themed stream overlay, and maybe like Christmas themed. I just got sort of like I was just scribbling a bit on this sheet of paper, and I was like noticing how the music sounds really like cozy and comfy, and I just felt like, oh, this feels good. Like I love how, I don't know, like the leaves are turning yellow and red and brown, and the sky is turning a bit darker, sort of cloudy, but the clouds are still like lit up by the sun. And it's, I don't know, it's like this, it's sort of like a mellow feeling, because it's not warm outside, it's cold. Might rain, you know. You sort of like, you never know, because like every cloud looks like dark enough so it could hold rain. And I don't know, then with this music it feels so cozy, like it feels like I have like my stove in the back of the room, and I have like my cookies ready to eat and my tea and like my blanket. I don't know. Like it really feels like one of those like autumn lo-fi like thumbnails of the YouTube playlists. But Narim, how... I'm sort of like low-key still waiting for an answer, but I hope you understood that it was a question in the first place. With how is your like... Is it like the concern of like, if this is just a quiet before the storm, like do you not trust the peace right now? It's fine. That's always the annoying part about being like in like a chat stream situation. Because I don't know if you didn't hear or if you're just typing. That's the annoying part. Like I'm just waiting, and then like 5 minutes later it's like, oh, by the way, like, I don't know, didn't hear. But the thing is, you don't even say you didn't hear, right? Because you didn't hear. Right? You didn't even hear that you should have heard something. Oh, it's such a struggle. I don't know. I guess it's like, I was about to say like, I don't know how like big streamers do it, but I guess it's like a different thing if you have like I don't know, like a lot of chatters, because if one chatter is like not answering, like, I don't know, like everybody will feel like they're being talked to, so you're gonna get a lot of different answers. You're not really dependent on like one person like actually like talking to you. I never trust peace like this, but it is a me thing. I personally don't believe that you just get something without giving something. I mean, I don't want to like say it's like not real or anything. Like, I don't want to put this in like make any question about the reality of like the truth of the statement or the factuality. But low-key, it's kind of sad, right? It's like, even if this is true, like, it's low-key sad, no? It's like this. I don't know, that every good thing costs something or takes sacrifice. It's like, even if that's true, it's like, if that is true, it makes you like, what if you got something like really nice, but you didn't sacrifice anything for it? Like, it's not gonna feel nice, right? Like, it's gonna feel like you look around, like, where's the like danger waiting? Like, where's the part where I need to pay something for this? It's sort of like, I feel like it's like, I don't know if the world is like this or not. It doesn't, like, the reality of it also doesn't really matter, right? But I feel like it's sort of sad how you could get the most beautiful thing and like for free. Like, you could be one of those like lucky people, you know, who just got it just like that. Like, and like we wouldn't believe it. We would feel anxious. We would feel like, okay, like something, like the universe is gonna take something away, like something's gonna, you know, like I'm gonna have to sacrifice something. Like, there's gonna, like, this will come at a cost. Yeah. So you either paid already or you wait to pay. How does it work with a person? Like, if a person does something like really, really nice to you without like any reason, like how would it feel? By the way, guys, I just noticed something. I think we should maybe, like, I don't know if this is necessary, but I feel like maybe we should have like sort of like a safe word of like, and I don't mean like an actual safe word or anything. I just like mean like in the something that sort of works in that way, for people who want to like take part in a stream but don't have the capacity to be like questioned themselves. Because I feel like otherwise, a person who doesn't have the capacity to be questioned themselves right now will have to like not watch the stream, or essentially, well, they can still watch the stream but like not type in chat, because then they will be questioned. Like otherwise, like only this works, sort of. So I feel like maybe we need to do like a sort of like a safe word, or like a, well, I guess we already like started with this question, like, do you want to take part in it? But that doesn't necessarily mean that you want to be like, you know, like questioned or like have like a deep conversation, but maybe just that you want to listen to deep conversations. So I don't know, like, do you guys think that would be beneficial? And like, how do we make this? Like, how do we achieve this? Definitely. I mean, that's for sure. Like I hope everybody knows this. That like they could always just say like, no, I don't want to answer. But at the same time, I think there's a question itself can already sort of like put you in a position where you like maybe want to answer, you know, like where you feel like mean to not answer, or where you already like think about something, even if you don't answer to me, you sort of answer it yourself. But I guess to be fair, like I sort of do this when I like in the beginning ask if you want to take part in a mental health check-in. So I guess that's maybe the question where this is already ensured. At the same time, I don't know if it's clear enough, like articulated, that it's sort of like you don't, you know. Maybe I can say something like, hey, blah, 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 like, do you want to take part in a mental health check-in? Or do you just want to like, I don't know, like support the others today or something like this? Like, do you want to like personally take part? Or do you, or do you just want to stay or something like this? I don't really know how to like articulate it properly. First, I wonder why this person does this, but that is always in correlation with the relationship I have with this person. I mean, I know that if, yeah, exactly. Okay, we have this. First, I wonder why this person does this, but that is always in correlation with the relationship I have with this person. Okay. Well, what if it's like, it's a friend, but they do something like really, really nice? Like you don't have, it's not your B-day, it's not anything, but they just buy you something like expensive and really, really nice. And they just sort of say like, hey, I've seen this and I thought this fits perfectly to you. Like what happens then? Like if it's obviously something like, I don't know, like maybe something where for that sort of value, or it's like, it's nicer than like most B-day presents you get. Like it's nicer than, like it's like really, you know, like over average. Like maybe like one of the nicest things you got in your life. Like something really, really nice, you know? Okay, so that would be fine. That's good then. Because I feel like in like personal relationships, sort of this like thinking of like there must always be a cost to something, can like really influence how you want to perceive stuff. In sort of like a more negative way, right? But I feel like even if like IRL and just life in general, I don't know, I think it can be like really exhausting to have this mindset. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, I get that. Some people do that for sure. Really annoying. Hmm. Because I feel like it's so, to me it's like so sad that it's dampening the positive mood of a good time. You know what I mean? It's like you have like a really good time. You feel really good about yourself, but you sort of like low-key don't want to allow yourself to like fully enjoy it and be like really joyful about it and really like, oh my god, it's so amazing, blah blah blah. Because you're scared of what comes next, sort of, to like level this. And it's low-key also like influencing a bit how you want to see things, right? Because I feel like if you like I would imagine that like if you think that way, it would be like a really logical consequence to be like, okay, like if I have something like really nice, I'm gonna hesitate to judge it as nice, because if I judge something nicer than it is, or like as nice as it is, the thing I will get, sort of like the fear I have of the consequence of having received this is gonna be higher than if I judge something as like less nice, right? Because if I judge something as like, okay, it's like fine, it's like I also only expect like little to like pay little to experience this. Meanwhile, when I say like, oh my god, like the most amazing life ever, I love everything, it's like I expect this like tragedy to like pull me back down, even though it's like it doesn't like necessarily work that way, right? Because like technically you don't really like this would like doing this sort of like implies that it has to do with the social repercussions, right? That it's not the actual situation and the actual like if you actually earned this or not or whatever, but it's more that if other people think you earned this or not. Because you can't like change facts by like endorsing or like dismissing something, right? You can only change like the social the social view about this. I mean, I get what you mean, but it is where I kind of split that. For example, I want a new PC part, so for me to get it, I would have to pay with money, and the money is paid with my time. So if I earn the money by myself, I've already paid with my time. Yeah, that is where my exchange happens in that. This is... Wait. This is not necessarily like splitting with anything I said, though. Let me question where we... Like, let me think about where we're like... What this means for like the communication. No, I don't really understand. Because to me, it's like this example was more about like the case where you don't feel like you have paid already, right? And where it's like, how do you handle situations? Like, what is the like instinct on how to handle situations where you feel like there's no balance yet? Like, do you like, is there a need to like sort of like talk it down? Because you hope that's gonna like lower the repercussions, sort of. Because that would be like the more of like then the fear is more like socially, that like other people are gonna be causing the repercussions, and sort of not like I guess it can also mean that you're just gaslighting yourself, but then it's more of like people related, or that if you like don't do this and like really like if you're able to like if you have something like really nice, even though you know, okay, like there's like I don't know, I didn't feel like I paid for this in any sort of way, then you can like say it as like as nice as it is. Because then it's more like it's more experienced like a sort of like a fact, instead of something you can influence. So it's not in a situation where you feel like you paid for something. Whereas I think like also by having this mindset, what makes a lot of sense is to find ways to justify to have gotten something, even though you might have just been lucky. And what I mean by this is, for example, the like situation where you have someone, well, this is not like meaning like this is you, right? But like the classic example of this, which illustrates this like line of thought the best, I think, is, for example, men who are misogynistic and sexist because they don't feel like otherwise they didn't like deserve their job. So they need to like find ways to justify why they have gotten a job over the like woman, and because they sort of like in the back of their head sort of feel like, okay, like this has probably not been like too just. So they live in like a sexist society, like in a misogynistic society. They have been chosen over the woman, but they can't see sexism or misogyny as the reason, because that would make their own achievement, like that would diminish their own achievement in that way. So that's why they need to like, that's why they usually then also turn to sexist and misogynistic like ways to sort of like double down on this, to sort of like be content that they got it for a reason. Which is like, which doesn't necessarily need to be sexist or misogynistic, but is usually sexist or misogynistic because it's doubling down on the situation which got them this achievement, and that it was like righteous and stuff like this. And because it's like, because it makes them dismiss the thing why they got there, which for example would be sexism or misogyny, they sort of also are sexist and misogynistic because they support that, because they're dismissing it. Like they don't want to see it, and they do their best to make this look righteous even though it isn't. So it's not like them being actively sexist or misogynistic, it's more like them excusing this and like trying to make this not be what it is, to have achieved this properly. Because they can't have this job just because of sexism or misogyny, but they need to have it because of their own achievement. You know what I mean? And this is like sort of like how it can influence how you like judge the situation around you. Okay, let's take the thing I said with the combination of work, training, online class. I have no idea how this will affect my social life now, because this is the first week where this happens. I have to figure out how to effectively plan my time, to not burn out, or to give one of the things up. Yes. And? Well, essentially then, actually, when we go back on if we go back to your first statement with I would say pretty stable since the last time we spoke about it. I don't know, I just don't stress out about a lot of things at the moment. It seems like you are a little bit stressed out about how you maintain this. And how you combine all of these things. So maybe it's less of like, I don't trust that it stays, and more of like, I'm scared I don't know how to make it stay. Or like how to maintain it. Well, I can still be concerned. Like the difference I see there is sort of that it's sort of like the actor. Because when we first started talking about this, it was more like I'm good. I do everything fine. I'm not gonna like I don't have to change anything. Like I don't see a reason to change anything. Like I'm fine. But I fear that something outside of my control will take this away from me. Just because I am fine. Because like things can't stay good. Sort of. Just like that. Like it will be taken away or made harder by something. For like basically like no reason. Other the like this sort of like balance. Versus when it's like, if you're concerned how to combine those things, it's like, I'm fine now, but I worry that I'm not going to be able to maintain this. Which is sort of then like you're the actor, and it's not really like this could go away for like no reason or just a reason of balance. But it's like, I know it's hard to maintain this. Like I haven't been able maybe to maintain this a lot of the time. And that's why I'm worried I'm not going to be able to maintain this. And while I am able to maintain this now, I have, for example, like experiences or recollections where I haven't been able to maintain this for so long. And I sort of like, so I don't know what I need to do right now. And I can maybe not do something right now. But it's like still more of this like personal view, which is like directly connected to evidence instead to belief. It can be both, of course. I mean, after all, it's mental health, and it's not easy. I mean, I know how it was before without the online class, and it took me a while to balance that all out. Now with a new chess piece on the board, so to speak, I have to look if it just fits in or if I have to adjust again. Okay. Like, this is like a specific concern. Like, this is not only the, like, to me, this doesn't sound like I'm doom thinking for a living. And like, I just believe there's like there's going to be some negative hook to this or anything. I think this is concern which makes like a lot of sense. Like, especially if you say like it took a while to balance it out. So I know balancing stuff out and balancing like work and real life and stuff like this is hard. And now something changed. So sort of like right now it works out well, but I don't because it has been hard. I sort of like worry that it's gonna, like be harder than this. Yeah. Okay. But this is like changing a lot, right? Because like when we first thought about it and like talked about this, it was more of like, oh yeah, I always expect like something to turn up, and like I'm just sort of like a little bit like doom thinking everything and like stuff like this. Versus now there's like a very clear reason to why you believe this. And like it makes a lot of sense. Like having this worry and concern is like, like it's very logical. It's not like, oh, I always expect the worst. Like, no, you expect reality. Like, you have done this before, it didn't work out too well. Like, it took a while. Like, you learn from experience. Like, this is what this tells me. I think it's like a very important distinction. I mean, I can for real say when I looked at my week on Sunday, I was like, gee whiz, the only day where I have like really a more chill day is Wednesday, and the other days are just one thing after another. Even more evidence for the actual worry. How realistic, like if you, because it's now the beginning of the week, like if you say if you looked at the week on Sunday, you felt like, damn, like this is a lot. How do I phrase this properly? How realistic do you think is the expectation that next week, for example, or like next weekend on Sunday, you're gonna feel like you're not gonna feel so fine like today anymore? Because you said like at the moment, like pretty good, pretty like stable, but I worry that it's changing. Now you say like Sunday you were looking at the week and you were worried. So like how realistic do you judge it's to have changed on Sunday? There's a thing where I have to balance it out, for example. If I realize after this week that 2 days of training at the moment are too much, I'll probably go back to 1 day of training at the HEMA. Just slip in some home training again. I still want my answer, just to clarify. Okay, yeah. I'm just gonna sort of like repeat what I wanted to know. So in your first message, you said you were like worried. Like right now you're stable, but you're worried it's gonna change. Now you said on Sunday you looked at the week and you thought like, okay, this is a lot. How realistic do you think is like how's the probability of the reality that this Sunday you're gonna look back on the week and you're gonna feel like, okay, this was too much. Like I don't feel stable anymore. Oh. Oh, I noticed how I still have muscle pain from training. Oh, I did like pull-ups and another exercise for my shoulders, and now I'm in pain since days. Went to train on Friday. Still in pain. We also trained quads. Going to the toilet is a horror. Ooh. Ha. If it helps, try to go with your gut feeling. Like if you think it's hard to sort of... It's pretty difficult for me to predict right now because I had some weeks where it was just a lot, and after that I was like, okay, now that it's done, what now? I mean, I would probably really draw a conclusion for this after like 2 weeks or so because there's some other factors missing at the moment. Okay. With the weeks where it was a lot, and after the weeks you felt like, okay, now that is done, what now? Did you feel as rested or recovered after the week as before? Like, did you feel like you're on base level again? Or did you feel like you managed without getting like over your head, sort of, but it's still like higher than before, like the exhaustion level? Not really. I managed because I pushed and thought that I had to manage, and it took a long time before I took breaks from stuff because I was too stubborn to see that I couldn't all work together. Okay. So, what I'm essentially trying to get to is that you are worried, of the upcoming week, but you don't trust your judgment. You only want to make a judgment after about like 2 weeks of it, where your example for the weeks where you also felt like, oh yeah, it's definitely a lot. The outcome of those weeks were that it was a level where it like built up and was like not entirely sustainable. Like sustainable for 1 week, sure, but not sustainable for like an endless amount of time, because it would go up after every week. And like at some point it would be too much. Because really sustainable is only something where you start the week with the energy where you end the week with, right? Where it's like every week you start from the same sort of baseline again. Because you recover enough that you don't need to expend more energy than you can get over the week. At the same time, you said that having made this experience already with balancing work and life, you're worried about this being hard and being difficult and taking long. Because the last time it was hard and it took really long for you to adjust it in a way where it was sustainable. Do you know what I'm trying to get to? I don't like a protein drink, but I liked it back in the day and now I have 2 tubs. I mean, yes, but I hope that with the previous experience, I will try not to push my limits too much in order to regain the same amount of energy I'm using. So okay. So are you less worried then? If you look at the week like back then? Because back then you looked at the week and you felt like, oh, it's a lot. And like afterwards you also noticed it was a lot, it was too much. Like now on Sunday when you looked at the week, did you feel less worried than that? So it is easier for me to take a break from stuff because nobody else than me is affected by it. Okay, so the idea is sort of that you, like, it's a lot, but you take more breaks. So that's sort of like the idea how to handle it better. Yes, because the only one affected is me, and I don't take a break. I can't do the things. Okay. So there's more space for you in this situation now than there was space for you in this situation back then. Can't make a cake and then expect to eat it if I'm not hungry. What? What? I'm confused. I don't know this statement. And I don't really get it in this context. It's time to walk with a lot of people. In this situation, it is just me, so it's easier to step back. Okay. What speaks against taking a different approach? Because your approach right now is, this is the line where you have the like optimal configuration. You like do as much, like specifically as much as you have energy for, sort of. Maybe a little bit less to have like a tiny bit of a puffer. But this is sort of like the, let's say this is the optimal line for you personally with your consideration of the puffer you need or don't need. Right now you're taking the approach like last time to sort of approach it from the top. So you're like, you're trying something and you want to see if it's like, if it leaves you enough energy. But you're more like, you're approaching from the top, right? Like you're more deciding like either it's optimal or it's going to be too much. And if it's too much, you're going to lower it. But you're like there's not really like a worry that it's going to be too little, right? So it's definitely more of like approaching this line from the top. What about approaching it from the bottom? What about you plan too little and have the option to do more when you feel like it? How would that, like, is that, how does that sound to you? What type of resistance do you have against that? Why did you choose to approach it from the top? I mean, time-wise, I really can't plan too little, I think, because everything this week happens in a certain time frame I have, and in between I still have to do things for me. I mean, with the training though, like, could you have it optional? Like, what would happen if you would say, like, okay, like, to the HEMA training, I'm just gonna go once, and if I feel like it, I'm gonna go twice. Yes, I can do that, but that would be an adjustment I would have to make to all the other things as well. Why to all the other things? wouldn't it only influence that you train at home if you don't feel like you have the time? Mm. Mm. This seems like a lot of effort though. Like, is it less effort then to go to the training twice? Only once then twice? Mm. Mm-hmm. So this is giving you energy back to go there. Because it's your you time. So in which regard is it beneficial then if you lack energy to not go there if this is giving you energy? Is it sort of like taking, like it's making you physically exhausted, but it's giving you social and sort of like emotional energy? And that's sort of the